All right, folks, we are going to go ahead and get started since we have quorum. And before we begin, I'd like to share that Ms. Marin has submitted a written request to attend a portion of this meeting virtually due to a medical conflict. All those in favor of approving Ms. Marin's request? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is everybody in the room. No one will abstain or oppose. Ms. Marin, if you could check.
Hi.
Mic.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much.
A little louder.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for
Thank you.
voting.
Our end, Madam Clerk, if we could raise the volume a little bit so she can be heard.
We're working on it.
Oh, okay, a continuing problem. I think we should have plenty of time to do that. So without any further ado, I'm very excited to present the ACE chair who will be going through the reports. Folks, we have approximately 60 minutes and we will stick very tightly to that. And we will start with 3-minute turns. And I know we have an exciting presentation, and so I will turn it over to Mr. Ken Balbuena, and after his presentation, we can make comments or ask questions. Mr. Balbuena.
All right, thank you, Dr. Anderson, and thank you, members of the school board. I'm very excited to be here to present to you once again about the Adult and Community Education Advisory Committee's work, and just to kind of go over a little bit about what ACE is. So ACE is, we really have 3 different components under the Adult and Community Education Advisory Committee, as you see on the screen here. First one is we take care and make recommendations to staff as well as the school board on adult and community education, as our name would imply. And that can include anything from the trades, also to different enrichment type of programs such as world languages and also some computer and business type of courses. We also provide guidance to adult ESOL, and that would include just the same thing that you would find in the K-12 system, just with adults. And sometimes our students also come from the K-12 system as they matriculate into the adult ESOL programs to continue their language acquisition. And the third component that we have is our adult and community, or excuse me, our Fairfax County Adult and High School. And with that particular component, that's for people who don't have on-time graduation. They're able to complete either their high school diploma or earn a GED through the high school equivalency program. And so all those 3 different components are what ACE Advisory Committee makes recommendations for, both for staff as well as for the school board to take action. Now, before we get into what our recommendations are for this year's annual report, we always wanted to take an opportunity to look back at what's been accomplished for FY23 and our recommendations in that annual report, both by staff as well as school board. So the first is we made a recommendation last year to leverage existing FCPS technology. Coming out of the pandemic, a lot of our ACE courses were conducted either over Zoom, sometimes they might have been Google Classrooms or Google Meets. It really depended on the instructor. We were able to get a little bit more alignment with our FCPS technology and provide Zoom for online instruction for our courses this year. We also noticed that there was a need for a new student registration system. So that was a big recommendation that we endorsed last year. And this year there was an RFP that went out, there was a contract that was awarded, and we are in progress of having implementation of that contract this year. Our third recommendation we saw a lot of action on from last year's report is utilizing the skipped workforce report. So there was a skipped workforce report several years ago that included several different recommendations, and ACE has been named as a key workforce education partner by some of the subsequent work from that particular report. And we do touch on that a lot in this year's report as well. And finally, last year there was a lot of discussion about looking at some of the non-traditional programs as a whole and maybe where the adult high school fits in. So with this particular year, we noticed that there was a lot of continued support for on-time graduation and a lot of support for our adult high school. So those were 4 of the 9 recommendations that we saw a lot of action on this year, and we definitely want to thank staff, but most especially want to thank the school board for your support in making progress towards those reports, last year's reports recommendations. This year's charge, we were asked to collaborate with staff to maximize FCPS, Fairfax County, and external resources and support structures to ensure ACE, Adult ESOL, and Fairfax County Adult High School programs increase accessibility and best meet the needs of county residents. ACE's work will be data-driven and guided by the goals and pillars of the FCPS strategic plan. That was our charge this year. We tried really hard to implement them as much as possible and to really work towards that particular charge. And to do that, we broke into 5 different subcommittees. With those subcommittees, we had our technology subcommittee, we had our completion to success subcommittee, marketing and outreach subcommittee, which I know will make Mr. Frisch happy. We have our skip for schools subcommittee and our data analysis subcommittee. Many of these existed last year as well. We continued the work that we were doing, and we made a little bit of tweaks to the marketing and outreach. Last year it was 2 separate committees. This year we recombined them back into 1. But we worked a lot on identifying different goals and worked towards those goals to really try to capture a lot of work to support our charge from the school board. We did face a couple of challenges. One of the most significant challenges that I'm sure everybody can understand and relate to is the change in the school board. We had a lot of uncertainty this year whether a lot of our your appointees would be continuing on. Therefore, it made it a little challenging for us to be able to work together as a whole committee. In years past, we've had different guest speakers, we've had robust discussions among the entire committee, and we've had some idea of where the committee as a whole would want to advise the 3 different components of ACE, advisory committees, charges, if you will. This year, we had a lot of more updates from staff on some of their progress and where some of their enrollment, might be for those particular programs. So it wasn't as, special topic, special speaker driven as it was in years past. As a result, a lot of those special discussions were passed off to our subcommittees. And so our subcommittees met with a lot of staff, they met with different stakeholders and really tried to do a lot of work at the subcommittee level rather than doing it as a committee as a whole. So that was one of the big challenges, but also how we responded to that particular challenge. And as a result of all of our work, we had 7 different recommendations that we put in our annual report this year for your consideration. The first recommendation, and I'll skim through these and we'll spend some greater detail looking at the specifics of what we're recommending for each recommendation. Recommendation number 1 is a repeat of what we recommended last year, and that's for school board and ACE staff to consider seeking alternative funding sources. So it's not as reliant on the school operating fund, but looking at some different types of funding sources. Recommendation number 2 is to understand the digital divide a little bit better, specifically how students access their virtual classes and help to escalate different technologies to help with student learning in the adult communities here. Recommendation number 3 is from our Completion and Success Committee, and that is when we do this new student registration system, we start to collect different data that we can use to help inform different decisions about what kind of courses we're offering, the formats that we're doing, but also it can help us with understanding some student learning outcomes. What are our students interested in accomplishing by taking ACE courses? And that can inform quite a bit of different things. And also it can help to evaluate the work that ACE is doing and whether they are making a difference. We know that they're making a difference, but how can empirically we realize that they're making a difference in our community? Recommendation number 4 is, as we get this new student registration system up and running, aligning some of our marketing campaigns with that. And we'll explain a little later in our presentation why that's important to time those 2 things together. Recommendation number 5 is exploring a K-12 and post-secondary alignment, particularly within CTE programs. Just a little preview for next year's recommended charge. This is something that the ACE Advisory Committee has recommended to the school board be our charge next year, is aligning the K-12 and post-secondary and look for those opportunities, particularly within CTE programs. Recommendation number 6 is to continue working with the skipped workforce readiness report, and particularly how we can have opportunities to increase our support of goals number 2 through 5 of that particular report. And our final recommendation is to explore the use of language learning models to supplement ACE operations and the broader FCPS ecosystem. I was just talking with Ms. St. John Cunning before this, and one of the things that she really liked about another subcommittee that we won't name, but another committee is that they aligned it with our strategic plan. And I was like, oh, well, ACE did that last year, and we've done it this year too. So, because we are ACE, and we aced aligning with the strategic plan. All right, so with this, the annual report does show a matrix of where our recommendations align with both our FCPS strategic plan goals as well as the 4 different pillars of the strategic plan. In particular, we are very proud of numbers 5 and 6, and in our evaluation, numbers 5 and 6 align with every single goal as well as every single pillar of the strategic plan. And that's, of course, exploring that K-12 and post-secondary pipeline for CTE programs and aligning with our goals 2 through 5 of the skipped workforce readiness report. So to look at things a little bit deeper, for goal number 1, or recommendation number 1, continuing to seek these alternative funding sources, we are encouraging both ACE as staff as well as the school board to look at different federal grants as well as state grants that are available to continue to advocate for ACE, particularly considering working with state lobbyists for potential funding sources. And continuing collaboration with the Board of Supervisors, this is something we pushed last year a little bit, and that's looking at different opportunities, like we had co-enrollment classes at the Wish Center, as well as developing the original Mount Vernon High School as a place where we can offer ACE courses. For recommendation number 2, continuing to explore and understand the digital divide, we wanted to focus on how students access courses. So are they accessing them more virtual, or are they hybrid, and what barriers exist for those particular students? We also wanted to see how technology can help to inform whether we are scheduling more virtual classes, whether we're scheduling more hybrid classes, and how we can make those accessible to students, in particular, students who may be geographically distant from some of our locations. How can we use that technology? But also we want to understand, are there those barriers, and how can we use those community supports? In the K-12 system, students are very fortunate that they can get these MiFi devices to access courses. They get a one-to-one device. That's not necessarily always the case for our adult learners. So how can we partner with some of these community organizations to get those supports where they can maybe get MiFi devices? Maybe they can get some laptops if they can't afford them. How are we supporting those those adult learners by using those existing community supports that extend beyond FCPS ourselves. For recommendation number 3, this is a continuation of a recommendation we had in last year's report. So how can we better understand our students' learning outcomes? And we think we can do that with the implementation of the new student registration system. As we are starting to phase that in and have ideally a full implementation by the end of 2024, we can record some student learning outcome data that we can use then to evaluate whether ACE is successfully meeting their needs. But we also are borrowing from some of our findings from the Marketing and Outreach Subcommittee, and we realize that a lot of our people who are accessing our registration site, at least from our marketing campaigns, they were accessing them primarily through mobile devices. So really working with staff to ensure that when we implement this, that we do keep a mobile-friendly optimization in mind so students can access courses in a very easy way using those methods of access that they already do, which is primarily mobile devices, cell phones, and tablets rather than laptops themselves. So leading into our Marketing and Outreach Subcommittee, we are aligning our campaigns with the rollout of that new student registration system. We found, talking with our vendors, our marketing vendor, that we did perform very well with our marketing campaigns. However, as they put it, it's some ways putting the cart before the horse. What we noticed is when we got students, potential students, onto our registration page, they were unable to find their courses in many cases. Now, whether it was a course that already exists in the registration system that they just couldn't locate, or whether it's a course that we don't offer, we found that 4% of the students that we did follow-ups with after abandoning the registration process, only 4% cited financial reasons. So we know that it's not a financial reason that they are not enrolling in the courses, but it could be possibly that they are not really just they're having trouble navigating this registration system. So while we had successful marketing campaigns, we want to continue those successful marketing campaigns, but align it with the implementation of this new student registration system. Nonetheless, we still found a lot of interesting demographics. We found that there were different, that primarily it's women that were accessing our ads. We found that they were also, again, using it for mobile devices. So as we design our marketing campaigns in the future, we want to be able to use that information and use some appropriate language that's going to resonate more with females rather than males, because we know that that is what the primary audience that are accessing our ads are. On the same token, we can design campaigns that are more geared for, just attracting males to our system by having those particular campaigns that go in that area, and we can use the lessons learned to move in that area. And lastly, we want to focus on our online anytime courses. There's a financial reason why we want to include those courses and focus on them that we include in the annual report. Primarily, we only get charged anytime a student actually enrolls and takes that course. There is also a reduction in overhead by marketing the online anytime courses, where we don't have to have classroom space, and we aren't at risk of having to cancel that class due to low enrollment. So online anytime courses are a good avenue to focus on that has been very successful in the past, as we've found. So we want to continue marketing those. For recommendation number 5, we have tried, our committee has tried over the last several years to have a good partnership with the Career and Technical Education Advisory Committee. We've had so-so success primarily because of the timing of our meetings. CTE tends to meet early in the morning, we tend to meet in the evening, and there's been hard difficulties trying to align schedules together. But we are both open to meeting, our committees are both open to meeting. My wife is actually going to be vice chair of CTEAC next year, so hopefully our communications will improve a little bit. If not for the two committees, hopefully us just actually talking to one another in the House. We also have some benefits that that ACE can offer. So there are some students, and I used to work in a community college, so we know that there are some students who really just aren't interested in going to college. They are interested in going to the workforce, or they're interested in short-term credentialing. And that's where ACE bridges that gap and has that alignment with the K-12 system, where we can serve the needs of students who are not college-bound. Also, this recommendation aligns with the SCIP Workforce Readiness Report, and we discussed that it could potentially help with some of the teacher shortages, in the fact that if we have more students interested in going into trades, we maybe can develop some partnerships with industry. We could have some of those teachers almost serve as like what you would find in college, kind of like adjunct instructors that can teach on the side, which would then help with the teacher recruitment issue that is kind of prevalent throughout not only FCPS, but also throughout other school systems throughout the country. Recommendation number 6, there are, as I said, 5 different goals, and we believe that ACE can help to support goals 2 through 5, so almost all of those goals of that SCIP readiness report. There was an add-on group that was known as the Fairfax County Opportunity Youth Network, or FC, I'm not even sure how to pronounce the acronym, FCCON?
We haven't really figured it out.
All right, FCOYN. All right, so with them, we were identified as a key workforce partner. We also worked with the SCIP groups to create Apprenticeship 101 and Health and Medical 101 based off of some of those discussions. And as I said, we support 4 out of those 5 goals. And that is one of those recommendations that does align with all 6, all 5 goals of the strategic plan, as well as the 4 pillars. And finally, for our data analysis subcommittee, we talked a lot about the language learning models as a way to use AI to supplement but not replace classroom instruction. And that could have benefits to students, teachers, and ACE staff. So for students, it helps to personalize tutoring, so we're adapting learning to each student's learning pace and style. They get those extra necessary one-on-one resources from a digital space that's customized to maybe some of their areas of struggle, where they're struggling or need additional support. But for teachers and ACE staff, it helps to automate some of the administrative tasks. For teachers, it helps to provide learning insights into each student. So maybe if if they're noticing that a student needs a little bit more support in this particular area, while this student needs a little bit more support in this particular area, it gives insights that maybe a teacher can't necessarily learn when they're observing the classes as a whole, and maybe not necessarily having those one-on-one conversations with students. And then for A staff, it helps to balance workloads. I know A staff is often very overexerting themselves, I would say, with the reduced amount of resources that they have available. So this could help to automate some of the tasks and free them up to be able to balance their workloads a little bit more. So just to kind of summarize, some of the 5 key points and takeaways of our annual report is really just looking for some alternative funding sources that will take some of the stress off of the school operating fund and decrease the reliance that ACE has on it. Number 2 is the student registration system. It's got several benefits. Could also help with data capture and learning a student's preferred method of instruction. Number 3 is marketing efforts were very valuable in driving traffic to ACE's registration page, but that is where we were losing them in the enrollment funnel. Number 4 is ACE is a key partner for Opportunity Youth, and there is a particular opportunity for alignment between the K-12 system within CTE programs especially. And lastly, the language learning models can play a great role in supplementing instruction as well as automating tasks. We go into a lot of greater detail of these in the annual report itself, but Dr. Anderson said I was limited on my time that I had to present. So that said, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, and I will wait for our colleagues to put their placards up so we can have those conversations. I do want to say that, and some of the questions I will ask will be a little bit more pointed because this is my 3rd time being the ACE liaison, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. But I do want to start off by saying it's very much appreciated how you've connected the previous recommendations, and I think that should be a common practice moving forward for all of our committees because it's helpful to make the linkages. Otherwise, they come across as very separate and distinct opportunities when they really are not. It's a continuum. And so we are going to start with Ms. Lady and then Mr. Frisch.
Thank you for this report. The question that popped in my mind as I was listening was related to ACE classes. Are there any that are waitlisted? And do we have any data on classes that kids are now, that adult learners are paying for that perhaps they weren't not able to access as Fairfax County students?
I will say one thing that pops to mind is our driver's education program. So with that, there are often students that we have to turn away, and Paul can probably chime in or Karen can chime in, but we do have to turn students away because of a lack of instructors. That is a high demand program. As far as some of the other programs, I think it would be better for staff to respond to that.
Oh, I am so sorry. We did not introduce the staff that are here. So can we just take a minute to do that?
Sure. All right. So we are very fortunate to have Karen Williams, and Karen Williams is, she has been our liaison, staff liaison for at least the 4 years that I've been here, if not longer, and she is super, super valuable and really appreciate all of Karen's support throughout my time as chair.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Karen Williams. I'm the director of, I'm a director of instructional services. It's not on. I'm on now. Okay, so I'm Karen Williams. I'm the staff liaison to this committee, and I work in instructional services. I'm a director there. So. Then we have other staff with us today. We have Paul Steiner. He's a ACE administrator. We have Rich Polio, the director of ESOL, Noelle Clemenco, you guys all know her, and Slim Presidio, all here to support this report today. Oh, and to answer the question, so waitlist. So the apprenticeship program in particular, we don't have a running wait list, but we do have high demand for our 101 classes. This year we were able to meet the demand, but we're, that's an area that's pretty busy. And then we also always have students ready to take, as Ken said, ready to take our behind the wheel classes for sure. Those are the two that come to mind.
And the question about whether or not students are accessing, I mean, in full disclosure, I'm thinking of things like auto tech, auto collision, carpentry, which are over capacity and we have wait lists for. How many of our former students who maybe, they maybe have gotten their diploma, but they're utilizing ACE to get those classes now? Do we do any surveying to find out if that's a class they tried to get but couldn't get when they were a student?
So I currently don't do any surveying to that degree, but we do linkage with the CTE group. So making sure that if they've taken a couple of classes and if they've taken classes and they're interested in continuing that as a career, they can come to ACE to the apprenticeship program. And Paul has more to say.
Yeah, I'd just like to chime in. Yeah, anecdotally, we do have students that, for whatever reason, maybe they didn't have access to those programs. Maybe it just comes down to available class periods, what they're able to access. But they do come to ACE as someone who's 19, 20, or 21 to access that education so they can pursue a career in health, medical, business IT, or skilled trades. So we do see it. I don't have any numbers, but we have a robust outreach program and work with college and career counselors at every high school. And so we do get a lot of students that matriculate from the academies, but a lot of students that they did not get the opportunity in the academy, so they come to us for that training after high school.
Given the work that we're trying to do about access, it'd be nice if there was a way to collect that data. Evidentially, it's going to demonstrate the need for us to do more and create more classrooms and opportunities during the time where it's they're free public education. That'd be great.
Yeah, Ms. Lady, I think that will really greatly benefit from the student registration system. I'm trying to find the data we had from last year, but we found that during last year's report that the student registration system, I believe, is at least 20 years old. 25 years old. I was close. So 25 years old, so it does have a lot of limitations, and we are very grateful for the new registration system and very hopeful that it will be able to fill that gap that you're referencing.
Thank you, Ms. Lady. Mr. Frisch?
Thank you. When we talk about the student registration system, just want to be clear, we're talking about the ACE student registration system.
Correct.
Because one thing that I think we often talk about when we're talking about ACE, and people in the community will often ask, how does this connect to student outcomes, like K through 12 student outcomes? And it occurred to me as you were talking about the student registration system, that perhaps on our end, there's information that we're getting from families when they register students every single year. And if we know that a family either has limited language English proficiency at home or might benefit from other coursework in the ACE program, that could probably be flagged on the on our actual K through 12 student registration side, and then appropriate outreach could come from ACE to let people know about available programming. So that's an idea, and that's connecting families to better help their children in our system is a direct connection to K through 12 student success. So that might be something worth exploring on that end. And the same could be said for MiFi and other devices, right? If we have families that are registering for these courses that we know will have a downstream impact on their students, perhaps, and I don't know what the expense would be, obviously, tight budgets and whatnot, maybe certain families can be eligible for those things. I don't know. And then finally, music to my ears in the marketing section. It's great to hear that we're using targeted approaches to seeking out students with information that we know about class usage, signups, et cetera. And I look forward to seeing even more of that. As you were talking about the sign-up process and how a lot of people kind of take a detour once they get there because they're not sure how to proceed. I mean, that is a problem that many, many, many businesses deal with every single time that they launch a new interface. So perhaps we could be working with the vendor and others on better UI experiences for the folks that we're trying to get through. Or we can even put something on that page that says having trouble, call this number or something like that. But overall, I agree with Dr. Anderson's assessment that it's great to see the linkage between previous years. I also think having a report card, as it were, connecting the recommendations and work of the committee to the strategic plan is great and would be well received if replicated in all the other reports. So overall, it's also heartening to see what that kind of good work can do to lead to actual things being implemented. Because we often have these meetings where we just don't have a lot to show for the work of the committee, and this is not one of those cases. So kudos.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
Thank you, and I appreciate all this hard work, and I appreciate the report, and again, I appreciate the linkages to the strategic plan. That's actually something we had in our advisory committee handbook that we've been working on, so kudos for you for doing that ahead of time. I really appreciate that. And I really, as someone who teaches online classes through colleges and runs an online program, the issues of the greater use of mobile phones to access learning platforms is real, and so I'm glad to see that lifted up. I will say I'm a little surprised when the charge is on accessibility, that there's nothing in here about disability accessibility. Because when you go to colleges, the accessibility offices are about, in some ways, disability accessibility, and there isn't anything in here, right? I think it's great to work with CTE, but what about working with career and transition services, STEP, Watt, Pulley, Davis, working with our ETRs? There's just nothing in here. And so when I hear, and maybe that's the lens that I bring, right, but how are our students with AAC devices accessing our courses? How are we ensuring, for putting public funds in here, that these are ADA compliant? How are we ensuring that students who have accessibility needs, those accessibility needs, what's the process by which they get accommodations? And how is that process being done? I appreciate the thought about technology and making sure students have technology. I appreciate, the marketing to make sure students know about this and the sign up. But when I hear accessibility, I think that's a community that needs to be talked about. So, and that I think is the lens sometimes that we need to have on every area that we look at, right? Like when we're looking at our reports, we need to make sure we're looking at all of the communities. And I appreciate the thought about language, but if you're putting in, like AI, I think is great, and we've been talking about that at the college level, how to use AI to help, customize learning for students, but how does that interplay with someone with disability needs? So I just think that perhaps as you look at this, that's a lens that does need to be brought to this report. I would love to have seen how are these programs accessible. We have a lot of career and transition services students who graduate from here who could really benefit from these classes, right? So when we talk about partnership with CTE, how does that partnership with CTS look like as well? So just my comments on that. So I think as we're looking at implementing, or if you're going to continue this future, I would love next year's report to talk about accessibility from that lens also.
Ms. Williams, is there anything you wanted to add?
Only that I agree, obviously. The ADA compliant, we do take every effort to make sure that all the ADA requirements are there. But as far as that career transition services, luckily they're on my floor. So we have been talking with them more. And we also had a couple of members of the committee who were very concerned about this as well. So it is something we really do need to look at.
I just was surprised it wasn't in here, right? Like I think when you talk about CTE partnership but not CTS partnership, right? And I would have loved to see some thoughts on how do we work with ETRs, right? So make sure ETRs are aware of ACE programming and what might be supported as students are developing those transition IEPs. It would be really great for ETRs to be able to, so I just think that's a lost opportunity when the charge is on accessibility. Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you, Ms.
Sizemore-Heiser, thank you for, one, continuing my appointment. So I'm very proud to be representing the Braddock District, and thank you for your comments. I think as we look towards next year's report, this is absolutely something we will keep in mind. Since we did a lot of the work at the subcommittee level, I think that was something that maybe was an oversight this year. We did reference something in last year's report about accessibility from that lens. So we'll be sure to revisit that next year as well and include that in the report.
Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Dr. Atkins. Just a few questions regarding enrollment and also budget. First of all, going to your slide number, this is 2. There's 3 different components under the purview of ACE. You separated adult ESOL out of adult and community education. So, and looking at the page 17 of your report, enrollment data, does that, it has a subtotal for ESOL. Does that include adult ESOL, or is that just, okay. But so there was no separation between ACE number versus adult ESOL on that particular chart?
We do track the enrollment of each line of business separately, and then the combined total is there.
Combined total is there. And I'm also looking at on the next, I think maybe, well, it was a graph for the budget, financial position, which is on page 19. And I'm seeing a for the FY24, positive, high positive from the September in the slide, slowly going down all the way down to May. And I think we were $621,000 in negative. The fact that it started from like a $750,000 positive, does that reflect the fact that maybe students registered and they made a tuition payment, so our financial position was in positive, and then is that the explanation?
So all of our long-form classes, so the apprenticeship, for instance, it's paid up front.
Okay.
And then we didn't get any additional payments as we went through. So
Okay.
that's one of the reasons. It follows a pretty predictable pattern that
Okay.
we've had for several years there.
Okay.
And then, of course, this was at the end of May, so our financial position will improve by the end of this month. It won't be the same
Okay.
this year.
So now I'm going to try to link the enrollment data, which is on page 17, with the graph on page 19. We have three subtotals, depending on the lines of business. I think that's the way you put it. Top two categories, we have one subtotal number. We have an adult program subtotal. We also have an ESOL subtotal, basically. Do you know, amongst those three different groups, which groups are self-sustaining in terms of finance versus which need to be, funded from school system?
So I believe correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, but the adult ESOL programs, they are funded separately and they're not part of the school operating fund. Is that correct?
So adult ESOL has some grant funds as
Okay.
well as tuition funds, and they're actually rebounding nicely since the COVID closure. So I would say adult ESOL is one of our stronger lines of business, and they also are self-sustaining at this point.
Okay, so we are basically subsidizing the other two programs.
So-
If the subsidizing is right, I don't know whether it's the right word to use.
Part of the money is coming from the operating fund transfer, helping with these things. The apprenticeship program, I also want to take a minute just to reference that. Even though it's part of the subtotal at the top, our apprenticeship program is also a very strong line of business, really busy, really busy. And that particular program is self-sustaining as well.
Okay, thank you. One comment that I want to make is I have not heard from all board members on this particular presentation, but it's very heartwarming to hear positive comments from my colleagues on what ACE program is doing, because that has not always been the case in the past. So quite refreshing. I'm a happy board member today.
Well, that's very good to hear, Mr. Moon. Ms. St. John Cunning. I have you.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, and I really appreciate all the work that you do. I have a couple of questions in terms of your marketing. Is that material translated when you're doing your marketing to students?
Paul, Karen, I'll defer to you on that. I don't believe that it is, but I also don't have the details specifically on like some of their campaigns. I got a lot of broad results. At least the subcommittee, marketing outreach subcommittee, got some broad results. But as far as the nuts and bolts, Karen?
Everything on the public web is translated for sure, and then most of our printed materials are also translated. Our catalog that we send occasionally out is not translated, so it is only in English.
Okay, another question that I have, and I don't know who could answer this question, because I know that you could be an FCPS student until 22 if you don't, graduate. So if, in terms of trying to address what one of my colleagues was asking, if there's not space for the CTE courses in the school and you haven't graduated, could you be taking that ACE and not be paying for them? I mean, I
That
just,
may be a question to the superintendent.
I mean, it
Maybe
just
if you
occurred
could
to
just
me
repeat
that,
it again.
okay, so I know that you can be an FCPS student until 22, and if you have not. ESOL, right, right. So if you have not graduated and there's not enough space for some of the CTE classes at the school, could you take them at ACE and not have to pay for them?
We're going to pass this question all the way around and forget.
Or maybe we should consider that.
No.
No, let me clarify what you're asking, Ms. St. John County. You're asking, could a current FCPS student that has not graduated out utilize a CTE course through the ACE program without tuition? Because they can't access their home school. That seems a fairly specific question. Dr. Presidio, is that possible currently? I'm guessing.
It is possible, but it isn't something that we've really figured out how to do very well. I mean, you've got all of the issues of scheduling and transportation that a student would have to encounter. One of the things that we've really been focused on and trying to make that connection between the ACE CTE offerings and what we do in our K-12 space is actually trying to partner more with our alternative school sites like Bryant and Mountain View that don't have as many elective offerings, and trying to find a way to bring some of our ACE courses into those programs. That's something we've just started. We haven't gotten very far with that, but that would be, I think, similar. But if we had a particular student that there was really a course that they were particularly interested in ACE, and we could work out the transportation and scheduling, I do think that that would be something that we could provide.
Okay, which will also go on to, just if you can explain, because kind of along that same line, is you talked about working with Skip, and I think you said the Wish Center and some of the course offerings. Can you just elaborate on that? Because I think that kind of follows that same line of thinking, if you could give us a little bit more background on that.
Sure, so I believe it's actually mostly our adult ESOL classes that are offered at both of them. And I believe that the original Mount Vernon High School, the discussions early on were to have it as an ACE location, an adult ESOL location, as well as having it for the other community service uses. As far as the Wish Center, I think it's a very similar arrangement. Anything you want to add to that, Karen?
So just to be clear, the original Mount Vernon High School is not opened yet. It's a center, right? And ACE will be offering classes there when it opens in, I think, 2 years now. The Wish Center, we do have classes offered there, specifically adult ESOL classes, so Rich might be able to talk to that just a little bit more. But we're in constant contact with them to try to see what else we can bring to that space. Our Apprenticeship 101 and our Health and Medical 101 are both very popular classes, and we're trying to make it work there. With their service provider, they use Melwood as their service provider at the Wish Center, and I think Paul and I go there at least every quarter or so, just to see what's needed there and to see if we could help out. But adult ESOL has been very successful there.
Thank you.
Yes, the Wish Center we've had for the last, I believe, 2.5 years. We've had an adult ESOL class that's run each session at the Wish Center. It's a collaboration. It's a collaborative effort with Fairfax County Public Schools, Fairfax County, and Melwood. And all students come from the High Bluff Valley community, and it's free for all students. So it's 100% grant funded on the teacher side. Melwood collaborates and pays for the instructional materials.
So do you have data that says that all those students are from the High Bluff Valley community? Do you have data? Just because I know that area very well, and I kind of suspect that your outreach is a lot greater than that.
I will double check on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dixit, I had you on the list.
Thank you for the presentation. I actually wanted to talk about a couple of the things. Summer enrichment camps, which are held at the Lake Braddock Senior Secondary School. My son had done that a few years ago, a very well-liked program, but it's not accessible, like it's not an easy place to go for everybody, especially for working parents. And I believe that's the only place where that program was running. So it took a lot of time for us to get there and, and pick up it's a half-day, I guess, program. So has there any discussions of opening it up to other schools in the county in different areas as we are so widespread, so we can have better access for students? That's my first question.
I'm not particularly sure which camp your child attended. ACE has some limited classes in the summer. We do have FCPS has some additional summer programming. So ACE.
It's called Tech Adventure Camp.
So that program is not actually offered through adult and community education, but perhaps someone else can speak to that.
Well, I think the clarification is that ACE is providing registration services for those summer programs, so they support our K-12 programs by doing the registration. But to Karen's point, the program is offered through and supported by instructional services, and we would love to be able to expand to more locations. It's just, when you do that, obviously your costs go up, and we've had a limited budget with those enrichment programs, but that might be something that we could work on in the future for sure.
Yeah, thank you. It's not equitable if you do just in one high school and that one area, and not everybody can go to that place. The other thing is the self-paced, the self-directed online courses, summer schools we call it, with students are able to take the entire year of classes in the summer. I always felt that we had very limited programming there. That because with a lot of students want to get ahead, and not all, but there are students who want to get ahead, but they don't have those courses. After, I think, Algebra 2, there is not, after geometry, there is nothing in math for that as well. So that's something has been considered, or?
So just to be clear, the online campus I think you're speaking of, again, is part of instructional services in our summer programs, not part of ACE. We have looked at our summer offerings. Over the years, we have offered some courses, and then we've had to pull back on them because there's not enough interest. We do need to run those in a self-supporting way in the online campus. Students pay tuition. So we can continue to look at those growths. Right now, our main interest we see from families is for health and PE, as well as some of the earlier math classes when kids would like to accelerate. I know that there is some level of concern about the intensity of taking some of those higher level classes in a 4-week condensed period where students often have 6 or 7 hours of work a day. So for some of those higher level, certainly some of our students are capable. I'm not saying they're not. It's just something we've been trying to really work on some of the courses we feel are more accessible in that time frame. But we can certainly take a look.
All right, so I guess my next question is going to be for the ACE. So I'm looking at the Summer Academy, the ACE for Kids, not Summer Academy, I should say enrichment, secondary enrichment is in your website. It starts from resume writing to explore a career as a clinical medical assistant. I don't see a lot of IT-based curriculum there. Is not, I guess, is there a separate place where it is, or I'm not looking at the right place?
So for our K-12 students, we offer a very limited number of things. I agree with you on that. We have worked over the year to try to determine whether or not we could offer a few more classes in those areas. Again, we are tuition-based, and we have partnered now with a few vendors that some of the other county agencies use. So we're offering a few more classes this year even than we did last year. So it is kind of a slow roll. I don't like to go too crazy and offer a whole bunch of things that I'm not going to be able to actually meet the enrollment projections for. So it's a bit of a slow roll this year. I feel pretty confident that we'll be able to offer more classes in the future next summer.
Okay. And there's one of the reasons the CT thing came up a few times already, that some of the programs and like cybersecurity and certification, they fill up very quickly and there's a wait list on them. And if they could be offered through this even online and instruction-based, either way, there'll be a lot of interest. This is like the time everybody's talking about AI and cybersecurity, and that programming, if it comes, I think that'll be a success and not be losing money on that for sure.
Yeah, definitely our partner, our Ed2Go partner that offers online anytime classes, they give us a lot of really great statistics, and one of our highest enrolled areas is in computer and information technology with our Ed2Go classes, and so those are online anytime classes. Most of those classes are not geared towards school-age children. However, they're geared towards adults 18 and over.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dixit. I will take my turn before we go into go-backs. I know there's at least one. One of the things that I wanted to talk about is regarding recommendation number 1, which is to continue to investigate grants, et cetera. Can you speak a little bit to what are some of those current efforts to seek out grants to support these 3 programs? Because that sounds like this one is a little bit more outside of our control than the other recommendations.
So I currently work with the grants office here in at FCPS to look for grants that we can apply for. Obviously, we are a local education activity as part of a K-12 organization. So some grants that we find we're not actually eligible to apply for, but we have applied for a couple of grants in the past year or so, and continue to look for those, right? And then partnering with the county Department of Family Services and things like that to make sure that we're one of their providers for any of their workplace training. So this year we're able to be a little bit more successful than in the past couple of years. We have a really robust health and medical one-on-one class that came through the Department of Family Services as part of their VIEW program, things like that. So to me, that's revenue. It's not quite the same as this recommendation, but it is something we look for all the time. And actually, Paul's really good at looking at all the state grants available and connecting us with as many as we are.
Right, and I think we're pretty aware of the state grants because they're part of the budget reports that we receive, which brings me to my next point. Just kind of speaking to what Mr. Moon mentioned, one of the things that has been, I think, of an issue, and Karen, please jump in, is while they have those grants that are pretty much provided every year, it doesn't necessarily keep up with some of the changes within the division. I know one year, the big issue that you were wrestling with was the fact that they had to provide the salary adjustments because we had a raise for staff, and that's not budgeted. And so that's why sometimes there's a little bit more support that is needed from the operating budget, because those kinds of changes, while it impacts the entire ACE program, it's not necessarily funded when they're put in place, even though all of those are good things. Can you speak a little bit to the catalog? I know that's been a conversation quite a bit, and you said now the catalog goes out occasionally. Can you be a little bit more specific there, please?
I'm sure, actually, I can let Paul maybe answer the question, but we have tried lots of different things here to make sure that we drive down the cost so that we can spend more money on some of our marketing efforts, digital marketing efforts. And so, Paul, do you want to speak to that a minute?
Yes, I think it's safe to say we're trying to determine what our balance is between a print catalog that is significantly smaller than what we've done in the past and now is distributed along with the Washington Post Marketplace. So we're saving money on our printing due to the size. We're also saving money on our distribution. But we're trying to strike a balance in terms of how many people utilize that catalog versus other things that we could do in print, maybe just a smaller reminder that would cost less, and then ultimately versus who is going to use our updated website to really just have an online presence only, or do everything online. So if you look at Northern Virginia Community College, I don't believe that they do a print catalog anymore. They haven't sent one to me in a very long time, and so that's just a fully online presence and online catalog. Will we go to that in the future? that is something that is possible. But I also do get a lot of feedback from customers that they see the catalog. The catalog is an excellent reminder to go online. So the catalog is converting print media into online media or online use.
Thank you so much for that. And I know there's a lot of excitement regarding the new registration process because the former was quite cumbersome. I mean, the different places that people had to go, that made it really difficult. Is there a space in that program to identify whether or not people are registering because they access the information through the catalog or versus through some online measure?
So to answer your question, it's going to come down to ease or our ability to easily ask that question like at the time of registration. The old system can't really do that. It would take our DIT department a long time to get that in. With the new system, our hope is that ask that question like how'd you hear about us? I mean, and that's like a common question if you think about all the other things you register for online.
Right.
And so we intend to ask that question and many other questions or do as much as we can with the new registration system. So we will have that data point in the near future.
Thank you. My last two things, I wanted to lend support to some of the conversations from Ms. Lady and Ms. St. John Cunning regarding how can we better marry, this is not new, we've had that conversation, Mr. Valbuena, how we could better marry what we need, how we can better support our students who cannot access our CTE programs for whatever the reason. How can we take advantage of this, knowing that it's tuition-based? If there's an opportunity there, Dr. Presidio, as you've described, the barriers didn't seem to be making it happen without cost. The barriers seemed more to be logistical and transportation. I would love for that to be investigated moving forward. And I would just want to encourage all of my colleagues to please take a tour of the facilities. It's really worth it, just seeing the wonderful work that is taking place there and how students are, it helps their livelihood. It can really be life-changing. And it could also be life-changing for those of us who have students who are behind the wheel, or as my own child is doing this year, which is taking the finance course online. And I did not realize it came through ACE. It's not from ACE, but it came through ACE. So after we registered him, I'm like, oh, we're now an ACE family. So I'm very excited to be part of that. All right, we are almost very close to our time, but we can entertain a couple of go-backs. Madam Clerk, we'll do 1 minute. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, and then we'll have Ms. St. John Cunning.
Thank you. Just as a sort of follow-up to my earlier comments, you mentioned maybe being able to talk about accessibility, about accessibility in next year's charge. What is the proposed charge? I apologize if I missed it in the documents, but I didn't. I think it is, but I just wanted to see what it was to make sure that language is, is there room to incorporate that language for next year?
Or let me find the exact wording for you.
Yeah, and I apologize. I tried to skim through it. I thought I saw it earlier, but I'd like to see the wording. Thank you. And I couldn't find it either.
Yeah, we did not include it in the annual report. I know that is something that is
That's what
in the school, let's see if I can, the governance manual or the operating manual for next year that I know Ms. Anderson is working on, and Peck as well. So we did not include it in there as per that recommendation.
That's why I thought last year's charge.
Let's see. But we did circulate it internally, and I know I circulated to Karen for getting to the school board eventually. But did you find it? No. Okay, I'm still trying to find it.
While you look for that, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, do you have another question? Because I want to be mindful of the time.
That was my only question,
Okay.
was because if it's offered, if it was a miss this year and offered to be embedded in the charge next year, I want to make sure it's embedded in the charge for next year.
Awesome. While they
Okay,
look,
I
you found it.
All right, it is very broad. It's explore how to create greater integration between ACE programs and the K-12 system, focusing on career and technical education to create a greater pipeline of students into ACE. So certainly that is something we can include in there as part of those efforts. Doesn't specifically call out accessibility and alignment in any kind of definition, but we will keep that in mind.
I would recommend perhaps, and I just heard it as you read it, so haven't seen it, but perhaps not just including accessibility, but you mentioned career and technical education, but also career and transition services, because that's where it would be embedded with those students. Because a lot of the students with disabilities access career and transition services, and because of the way we program classes, they actually have more difficulty accessing career and technical education. So I think if you could embed both of those in the charge, and you said you work on the same floor with them, I think that would make sure that it's clear that that's in there, and also accessibility. That's just my suggestion
So
there.
from a logistical perspective, our committee is not meeting anymore this term. We did vote to advance this forward to the school board for their recommendation. So I would say probably from a logistical perspective, I think that is something that the school board maybe can wordsmith and
Yeah,
give
I'm
us the
happy to
official
make a
charge.
motion to change it and work with my colleagues to do that, but it was something that was intended as part of accessibility for this year's report, and so I think it's important to make sure that gets covered for next year's report. So we can make a motion, or I can pull it and send it, but that's been done before, it's been
Yeah.
pulled and sent back to committee. So we'll figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Marcia, Miss St. John Cunning.
Ms. Marcia is fine with me. I did want to ask a question when the catalog was brought up, because I love the catalog, and I've taken classes because of the catalog, and that triggered me to ask about class.
Thank you.
That triggered me to think about classes that might drive up revenue that may not be the necessary skills classes for adults. Like, I took a couple of cooking classes, baking classes, and then also ask you a question about how those teachers are paid, because I do know that somebody that was paid said, they're just not paying me enough anymore, I'm not going to do it anymore. So, I mean, I don't know if you've collected the data for some of those that might drive up revenue that are not necessarily skill-based but interest-based, and that a lot of people would be interested in taking. I learned how to make chocolate truffles.
Our cooking classes remain very popular, so we do have a lot. Our home and personal improvement classes, just for transparency here, have not rebounded as strongly as some of our work-based learning or our career classes have since the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, I would completely agree with you. We were, knocking it out of the park, and we had everything from knitting to cooking to, just other classes. We have not seen a complete rebound in that area. I still think there just must be some residual effects. But our cooking classes are coming back strong. We also have some other classes planned for the fall and into the summer that are doing much better. We really love having our community members come into our schools and see the school from a different perspective in the evenings and things like that. So we have 10 locations where we're going to keep putting some programming there in those areas. Prior to the pandemic, I will tell you, they were our revenue base, right? So we could keep the tuition lower in some of the other classes that might be harder for people to pay for.
I'd be interested in seeing that data from previously, what that driver was, because I just would be interested.
I have a ton of data.
Yes, she does. Well, I do want to say thank you to our chair, Ken Balbuena, who will no longer be our chair, but hopefully of ACE, but hopefully will continue on the committee. And thank you to staff. I can attest, folks, again, from seeing them work for the last 3 years, they are extraordinary, and they go above and beyond to ensure the success of this committee. And it's nice to see the thread that some of the recommendations have been acted upon. That's really important. And I think that's what makes Mr. Moon, the school board, happy, because we're seeing the value of all of the hours that our citizens put into the work on behalf of FCPS.
It's a different board, different mindset.
Well, that's it for us. Folks, it is 5:10. If we can have 2 minutes just to transition, and we will start at 5:12. That means don't leave the room.
We don't have to have quorum to start. In the interest of time, I'm going to start us. I know there's a few board members are taking a bio break, but I want us to start with the Minority Student Achievement Oversight Committee report. I am really happy to see a lot of the members here. I know this group has done a lot of hard work, and way back when I used to be a member of this group, so I'm glad to see that they're still going strong. So with that, I will have the members introduce themselves and introduce the staff.
Sure. There are slides for that. So I'm going to just go ahead and start.
Yes, I'll go ahead. The clerk, or our deputy clerk will do that.
You should have a clicker to click through the slides. Is it working?
Thank you, and good evening. The Minority Student Achievement Oversight Committee is honored to be here with all of our members today as we strive for equity and excellence in Fairfax County Public Schools. I'm Sharonda Farish. I'm co-chair, and I will give other presenters a chance to introduce themselves.
I'm George Becerra.
Good evening. My name is Kia Craig. I'm the co-chair in waiting.
We currently have 13 school board representatives on MSAOC. They're listed on the sides. I'll give you a second to read who they are. We have 9 community representatives. Their organizations and names are listed on the slides. We have 14 staff representatives. I'll give you a second to read who they are.
And before I go on to this slide, if our members can stand up for all the 3 groupings that we just presented, it'd be great, so the community can know. Thank you. The slide doesn't do it justice, but it gave real quick is some of our milestones. The biggest thing is our 30th year MSAOC is presenting to the Fairfax County Public School Board. One of the things that I'd like to also mention is the hard work this committee has done from the beginning with our founding members, Dr. Lawrence Bussey and Nancy Sprague, who is in one of the building names for. It's always been built around both staff and community. The next slide is our charge. As you can imagine, last year with the superintendent's new vision and with the strategic plan, that was something that was on our mind after the board voted on it last May. So take a second to read this. And at the same time, maybe for the public, we have presented this probably to 7 of the 10 school board members already. We're trying to get to the question and answer period, which I think a lot will be gained from. The FCPS strategic plan describes the 4 pillars as what FCPS must do well to be able to reach our goals for all students. Next slide.
And as George mentioned earlier, our recommendations are based off of the pillars. Each of our groups chose a focus area in which they made their recommendations. Our first is Pillar A, Learning Environment, and the focus is equitable Algebra 1 enrollment in 8th grade. Our committee found that currently students identified for advanced mathematics in grade 3 through 6, they receive accelerated instruction and they have a pathway that leads to Algebra 1 in 7th or 8th grade. MSAOC's recommendation includes developing and committing to a 3-year professional learning plan, which would include the creation of advanced mathematic pathways for all students. Some of the recommendations are bulleted up on the slide. Our next focus was advanced coursework in high school. Current data shows that 85% of FCPS seniors successfully completed advanced coursework with a final grade of a C- or higher before graduating. As of November 2023, there are still significant discrepancies between white, Asian, and their counterparts. This includes multilingual learners and students with disabilities. MSAOC recommendations includes evaluating the open enrollment in advanced course effectiveness, collect data to determine why certain subgroups are not accessing advanced coursework, and desegregate the data. Pillar B, partnerships. A considerable challenge faced by FCPS is that of chronic absenteeism. According to the U.S. Department of Education, chronic absenteeism significantly impacts learning in K-12 education. VDOE data clearly shows that absenteeism among Hispanic and multilingual families and students is higher than any other subgroup. MSAOC is recommending building programs for families at schools with high absenteeism rates. The goal would be to empower families to support their students' education and attendance in a culturally responsive way. I'd like to point out on this slide, there is a structure for a program, starting with a limited number of pilot programs, flexible meeting options, both in person and online, and including both learning about supporting their students and building their own capacity.
Next, Pillar C, under the workforce umbrella, we have a focus on diversity in hiring. And we understand that FCPS's current demographic makeup among teachers and staff suggests that we're denying our student population and staff of certain critical benefits, including higher graduation rates, improved overall academic performance. So while some effort has been made to improve diversity hiring, the rate of turnover both on school staff and in the Human Resources Department necessitates renewed initiatives and significant professional learning, coaching, and consultation. Cultural proficiency learning fosters a culture of inclusivity within the FCPS community, making it a more welcoming place for candidates from diverse backgrounds. We'll give you a moment to look at these recommendations and read each bullet point. These recommendations include hiring or identifying from existing staff an individual to serve as diversity hiring administrator, create a diversity-oriented recruitment strategy, develop and implement diversity, equity, inclusion training for human resources staff, develop and apply accountability measures throughout the hiring process with clearly stated consequences to be considered. And then working with MSAOC and the Human Resources Advisory Committee to create a framework for hiring, as well as increasing the human resources budget to specifically support diversity recruitment and hiring processes and practices.
Pillar D. Pillar D was a little look into the future, equity, excellence, and accountability. Obviously, we agree this should be in all the pillars A, B, and C. So this was more of a to the futurist look. As mentioned on this slide, you can read its comprehensive boundary study that you guys have started to partake in with the draft and then to the next steps. One area we would like to focus on, or a statement from your equity policy, 1440 states the belief that elimination of barriers to access and opportunity should be considered a top, and that the student and community needs and systems of marginalization will be a driving force of equitable resource allocation in all facets of division decision-making. This should be your mantra when the tough conversations come for the next steps in this policy. Give you a second to read those two recommendations. something that we tried to, I was personally involved in the county's redistricting, so some of the suggestions we put in here is to match what they did. Dr. Reed has talked about the geo mapping, and I put that in there. The tipping point study that Dr. Sacco back in 2013-14 put in under the old ORC umbrella program evaluation, where it states that once a school reaches a certain threshold of poverty, it affects achievement. And also for advocacy is to be on the process of next steps with the RFP if a consultant's hired, and if not, and or also to be a member of the community task force that went this topic. Next slide. These two recommendations between AAP and boundaries you can also put together, and you could put also exclusively. It talks about programs. And specifically with the AAP services is to the evaluation of what local level versus AAP center. To where a lot of our community have mentioned for many years, and I've stated for many years, why do we have to bus our kids out of our communities for services? Has this improved? Yes, but the local level 4 is not there yet. So evaluation of that with the AAP centers and by law to make sure they're equivalent, and then for the next steps afterwards of the transitioning of phasing off of AAP centers. This is not a new recommendation out of MSAOC that had been stated before. This slide talks about the new area we're in with strategic plan in terms of getting annual reports to the board for the Office of Strategic Planning and under ORC is to have consistent reports presented to you all, and also to the chief of schools is to a multi-year action plan. Once you get the data this summer, where it will show that some schools are not meeting those metrics. What is the plan for that? This is not a critique, this is just the realities, and let's move from there and move forward. To look at past data is something of the past. Now let's look forward. And before we turn it over to questions, I'd like to thank several people. First of all, Dr. Presidio and Dr. King for their help the last several years, decade. We wouldn't be presenting this report every year without their guidance. MSAOC is not like other advisory committees. We don't have one department, and we're still a bunch of volunteers who are trying to learn this system, where we just have the passion to make sure every child strives here in FCPS. Other members, Kim Anabar, our staff liaison, and we couldn't do that as an executive board to make sure we're on track and make sure we're meeting with the proper people to make sure we make proper conclusions, not just assumptions or rumors or stuff that we go off the cuff without proper data. On top of that, this year we've met with the CEO and the CAO. I'd like to thank Ms. Hall, Ms. Neal, Dr. Ponce, Dr. Agnew Scott and her HR team, Jay Nacco, and Dr. Amy Hunter. These folks presented to our subcommittees. Like I said, we've always been a striver of making sure we get the proper information and make sure that when we come with your recommendations, we don't look like we're not talking about. And with that said, like I said, it's been a pleasure to represent the people that are behind you and the people who couldn't show up. Getting to know us family. We have one person in the background who's about to get married this Sunday, and I'm glad that he showed up today with other things on his plate. That's James Benziger. And then Wesley. Yeah. And then Wesley Kang, who some of you might know for winning his awards this year with as some of the state and international representation. But I'd be remiss not to mention on that slide of milestones, people that maybe people don't remember the name: Sylvia Washington, John Johnson, Ralph Cooper, folks that have been here for Fred Grant, Andrew McDevitt. I'm trying to think of past years. There's Bob Shaw, there's Edward Osborne. This is something that doesn't take overnight to learn. And I've appreciated their advocacy over the years and their emails over the years. I reached out today to my old emails and I could see Dr. Bussey, some of his words in there. So that's what I go with today, and we're ready to hear your questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Dr. Anderson?
Yes, thank you, and thank you to all of MSAOC who have shown up. You guys do this every time, and your efforts and energies to this work are so very much appreciated, so thank you. And thank you to you all as well. One of the things that I want to start with is the AAP service, because for those of you who were on the board before, this is one of the places where I've been speaking about since we started investing as much as we have into making more, what we hope to be more robust AAP services across our schools. I know that I've had many conversations with Ms. Klemenko in terms of how many schools continue to need access to local level 4, but they are not created the same. This has been a conversation that has been occurring for a long time. Can someone from staff speak about any potential efforts that are in the works to ensure that it's not just comparing those programs to the center programs, but even to each other? They're vastly different, and there's a lot of autonomy and I think, too much choice in terms of how they can each look. Can someone speak to what efforts we have on this matter?
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. We continue to meet with principals to really talk about the different models, and we recognize with local level 4 programs, the numbers can vary greatly. The number of students who have been found eligible for level 4 can vary from school, because right now we have school choice, right? So some of the students are choosing to go to the center and some are choosing to stay back at their base school. So then schools really have to look at the number of students who have chosen to stay, they have to look at what grade levels, and then they have to find the best model to deliver services. And those models can be a full class of students who are found eligible, or they could, and at the other end of that is really a cluster group, where we have a group of 6, perhaps, students in a classroom who are gaining access to the level 4 curriculum alongside their grade level peers. So the model can change, and a lot of that is because of the number of students that we'd be serving. As far as the curriculum goes, the curriculum expectations of having the AAP curriculum across the 4 levels, the advanced mathematics, all of those things remain the same.
Thank you for saying that, but I think I will push back a little bit, because I know in my kids' elementary school, there was a year where the staff elected to not do the advanced math at all. So there seems to be wide latitude in terms of what to do. They saw that it did not work, and they went back to it. They went back to the more traditional approach the next year. But I think I'm surprised that there is the latitude to make such a decision. So I'd like to hear a little bit more. It doesn't have to be right now, but definitely in the near future, in terms of what are our recommendations and what are our expectations, because that doesn't come across as very clear. The other part that I wanted to talk about is the hiring. You've made many recommendations here. Can you speak to any conversations that your group may have had regarding FCPS's position in hiring proportionately with the pool of applicants that are available?
Be a little bit more specific.
Sure, person who came from teacher college, I know what everybody looked like coming out of teacher college, and I was probably one of the onlys who looked like me. Are we hiring proportionally to the number of people that are coming out of those teacher prep programs, or are we out of whack with that?
We don't know that data.
Okay.
This year's report, we're trying to learn the strategic plan. We didn't dive into the data like we used to, and some of the board members like Mr. Moon, Mr. McElveen have seen our reports, right? This isn't that Dr. Bussey thesis on data, but that's because we were trying to learn the plan and what the system was doing. But our intention, and one of our recommendations, is to work with HRAC for next year. If you look at our recommendations, to do that. We also don't like to step on toes of other advisory committees. I know that it was brought up in an early advisory committee, maybe with special education. At the same time, that's a topic that's been had with us, but at the same time, we don't feel like that we'd like to go in different lanes, because it also, we do the whole system, then to another specific, we don't have that bandwidth sometimes.
Sure, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Becerra. I just want to offer that as an opportunity to dig into a little bit more in the future years, because I think that's information that would be very helpful to set some context. And lastly, in this area, if you could talk about some of your recommendations, because I know often we would have one person of color in a school, and that person never remains because they feel isolated and haven't any community. Are your recommendations speaking about creating more cohorts of people at schools rather than having singles, because they tend to, again, not remain very long for the most part?
Well, yes, we have a focus and a recommendation creating a diversity-oriented recruitment strategy where we identify and address any potential bias or biases in existing recruitment processes and practices. Also reviewing and modifying job descriptions to include more inclusive language intentionally, and then establishing partnerships with organizations that support underrepresented groups in education, as you referenced certain schools, colleges, and preparatory programs.
If I could just be put on a go back, Ms. St. John Cunning, thank you. My time has expired.
If I can add to that, also one of the recommendations was to the hiring of a diversity coordinator. You know, I don't know if we label it in our report as czar, but it's more to understand the budgetary times of the responsibility for some person to handle that. So the system, individual principals, anyone can turn to that person. And I think that's something under the HR structure now that's going to be new next year, something that can be hopefully built into that, or a person that is their realm and people can turn to.
Ms. Lady?
Thank you, and thank you to all of you for this amazing report. As I read it, and I read it very thoroughly, what delighted me is these are the things that I, as an employee of the school system for 27 years, have been begging for. And I will be honest, and I'm embarrassed to say, there is a disconnect between what we're doing at the school level and the committee work that's happening that's related to school boards, because I wasn't even aware of the work you were doing. So my apologies for that, but this is fantastic work. We've been tracking in Fairfax County, I don't know when we started, but it was alive and well in 1980s when I was a student. I'm embarrassed that we're still doing it. I was incredibly excited when we created open enrollment at the high school level, and I watched kids who had been gate kept out soar. I watched our college-going numbers go up. I watched the demographics in our classrooms change. Then we did open enrollment at middle school. Again, naive me didn't realize that that didn't do away with AAP centers. We're still tracking, even though we have level 4. And the level 4 are extra special because they get to get grouped together. And so everyone knows who they are because they go from one class to the next class to the next class. And so even if you have an AAP center and level 4 there, they know they're not them. Enough is enough. This is Fairfax County Public Schools. All of our children deserve the same opportunity to achieve at the highest level possible. I will also add, and this is something Dr. Reed has said, but the more I sit in this chair, the more it resonates with me, is that we are a system of schools. Some are more privileged than others. And I am aligned in her work to make us a school system. I also don't understand, because I thought AAP training for teachers was required. And if I'm wrong, Monica, I understand in my magisterial district that I have more AAP trained teachers at Herndon than there are at Hughes. And Hughes is the AAP center. Now, I could be wrong on that data, but I do believe those inequities do exist. And so I want to talk about that. It's a fantastic report, A to Z, every part of this report, from the diversity of hiring that needs to be done, all the way you crosswalked the different pillars and the needs. I just hope that we can stop talking about it and we can make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lady. Mr. Frisch.
Excuse me. Thank you for the report and all the work that went into it. I very much appreciate the connection to the strategic plan and looking for ways to plug into that work to make sure that we're actually hitting the measures that we're seeking to achieve, particularly the first two that you focus on in your report with enrollment to algebra in 8th grade. You know, one of the things that I first think about when we talk about equitable access to that goal is, are we preparing the students early enough to take advantage of that? And so the focus on the EMRTs, I think, is a right one. You also identify the need for targeted training at the elementary school level. And, as the superintendent announced at our last board meeting, there are going to be 7 early release Mondays next year with appropriate staffing to help students who can't return home and give them a enrichment opportunity after the early release. But it raises the possibility that down the road, this time might be useful for other extremely important targeted training or professional development and potentially planning time. So I appreciate that too. It's good foresight. The other question that I have, or the other thing that I very much appreciate, is the talk about how we're providing access to advanced academics in high school. And I think as the superintendent gets into the course tracking, there's gonna be a lot of data for y'all to start going over that will probably lead to some very good recommendations on that front as well. I have some questions about your suggestions around building capacity for families and to tackle absenteeism. We've done a lot of really aggressive work at the school level to directly connect with families. I don't know how sustainable that is. So I'm interested in this idea of building capacity among parents. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
So as I mentioned earlier, our charge was last year. And at the same time, we're playing catch up of what the system is doing and things we've learned throughout the process. So some of it will be work that's occurring, right? These are suggestions also to add on to improve the process. I think someone in our committee said, improving that process, that production. So in terms of that, what we learned over the years is this recommendation we do stand on, but also could be added on to the Family Academy that Ms. Hall is doing, is to the Family Vision Group that Dr. Reed has started up at the 4 quadrants of the potential 400 or will be 400 family members, 2 from each school, right? That will be continued next year. So these are all things that the system is doing that we'd also like to make sure that could this be built in, or if it is already built in, to maybe a little bit more focused to be added on. So is it in something added separately? Could it be? Yes, but the intention was to see what the system is doing and what we've learned. Also, at the same time as the Parent Advocacy Handbook that Mr. Moon and others have provided over the decades is to put that empowerment inside. And to our fault, or really to my fault, we've had a commitment from Ms. Hall to help us on that this year, but our bandwidth was not there. But we do promise, Ms. Hall, that we will work with you next year to get that going. That is a hit on me. That isn't a hit on the system. But also the Parent Advocacy book also takes time to complete. You all are changing the plans and other programs. It changes right now yearly, so that's an opportunity to empower our families.
I don't think it's a hit on you, George. You do so much for the school system already, and I appreciate the sentiment, but you are a value asset to the school division, so I don't think you should take it personally. Overall, extremely great work again this year. I look forward to working in the year ahead about how we can fold some of this into the work that's being done, and I look forward to working with you all next year.
Ms. Dixit.
Thank you for this amazing report to the team. I did have a one-on-one discussion with you, and have definitely everything you have suggested lines up with what I feel should be done. And diversity in hiring seems to be a very easy target, but it looks like still very far-fetched, because I was looking at the number. We have 50,000 Hispanic students, but only 895 teachers or staff, I should say, just 6% of the total staff members. Same thing goes with other. I think the only one we're doing is with the Black is we are still consistent with the 10% of the student body, and we have 8.41% of the staff members. But other than that, it looks like when students see somebody they can relate to, they respond better, they can come to school. Again, the culture, the language, everything is a barrier sometimes for those families. And I think that is where we can actually do the biggest pull, is filling that gap. And we have a lot of open positions, and we have a great, I guess, HR team who can work on that and put the effort in the right direction here. That's what I was going to say. And the other thing I wanted to address is with the AAP, which we talked about. Because there are choices to go to other AAP centers, even the base schools who have AAP level 4 classes or teachers, students electing to go to the centers. And then the local centers are kind of dwindling down. They don't have enough even students to do like one class. So I think there's something to re-look into it, where we are finding that everybody wants to go to GBW or, and the other schools not getting, enough students, even though they have the AP curriculum. I think that is also creating a lot of barriers and for a lot of students. So something to look into it, and that would be my request for the school system to really look into the AAP program as well.
Could add to that. One thing I also heard, or I've lived experience, and I've talked to 3 principals this year and their families and their children, is we don't ever mention, it's always an adult parent decision making into what's best for their child. But when you hear the child says, Mommy, Daddy, I have to go to the school from 3rd to 8th grade. Now the system wants me to come back to my community. How do I blend back in? How do I transition in? How is that social emotional? That is never, ever, ever brought up at these board meetings or staff. As a system, as a society, as this Fairfax County, we're so driven with AAP, but we forget what the harm it does, that we have to, some kids have to go outside, then transition back. Right, a sense of belonging, like Ms. Craig said.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
Thank you. And again, I really appreciate the contents of this report. It's really wonderfully done. You've got a lot of great suggestions and things we've talked about. I appreciate, I'll just pick up where you left off, Mr. Becerra, about the social emotional impact of the students going out of there, because it's something that I know I've talked about in my previous 4 years on the board. I will tell you, my daughter went from her base school to out of her pyramid for the AAP center and then back to her base school, whereas the school she went out the pyramid for her, the AAP, we didn't have local level 4 at the time, so that was the only choice. The school she went out of pyramid to for the AAP center, those students who were based there had to then go out of their pyramid for middle school. So as a parent, I've experienced what you're talking about, and we've talked about the social, emotional, mental health of it. I was wondering, one of the things that the previous board put in place was funding a full-time AART at every school. And I'm hearing, from my colleagues, and I think from you as well, about the inconsistency of local level 4 AAP. And I'm wondering if there's a space for the AARTs at each school to help with that consistency, or if that's already being done. It's just a thought that I had that I was wondering if you guys had looked into that or not. So I'll pause there and hear your thoughts on that. Or maybe Noel, I'm not sure, but it seems like that was one of the goals that we had on the previous board, is to have that position at the schools to help ensure that consistency of local level 4.
It's definitely one of the tasks of the ART. They have many, many tasks in their building, including, really raising the rigor for every student in that school building. We do have like continuums and all sorts of guidance on what should be in a local level 4, and the AART and others, principal, are there to support that becoming a reality.
And perhaps it would be great as part of either one of our ELs or as part of strategic plan goal reports to kind of talk about dig a little more into what the AARTs are doing, what the different roles that they have, and how they're supporting that consistency to ensure that we do have that. It was just the thought that I had. So we funded a person in the building to do that. It would be great. I love the focus on recruiting and diversity of hiring, and I think the connection to chronic absenteeism can't be overstated, because students we've learned so much research about students who find that sense of belonging and connection in their school tend to show up, right? And we also see the research on when students see themselves reflected in their school leaders and their teachers, they find that sense of belonging and connection. So I really think that can't be overstated, the importance of diversity in hiring as one of the reasons. But I know one of the challenges when I've talked to staff about that is even just diverse student candidates aren't even going into the teaching field in some ways, right? So, it's sometimes even hard to find in terms of recruiting. So I'm wondering if one thing to look at is how we expand the Grow Your Own programs that we have and where we place them in schools intentionally, right? Maybe in schools that have a larger population of diverse students that can then, look into those Grow Your Own programs. I don't know if that's been looked at or not, but trying to increase that diversity teacher pipeline, and leadership pipeline. So just a thought that I had around that. And then one of the things that I've heard from staff in terms of diverse staff, and I think someone brought it up, I think it was Dr. Anderson, about being the one person in the building, right? Is there some thought maybe to I know we have our Hispanic and Black and Asian educator associations, but creating a mentor program where we match people up across schools to help provide that sort of support. So just some ideas, but this is a great report. I really appreciate and agree with a lot of what you said in here, so.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Moon.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and I really enjoyed, especially the first 3 pages of your report. They were straightforward, concise, and many good recommendations. I'm sure the board will have another opportunity to talk about those, individual recommendations with more time than allotted for today. With that said, I truly believe in these capacity building programs, empowering families. That's actually something that I campaigned on in the last year's election. But when I saw on the next page of that, recommending perhaps the program would start with a limited number of pilot programs of 3 10-week cohorts. I don't know what the limited number is, but I believe that we do provide, many programs on our school sites or even other locations, to help the families. However, another little more aggressive, little more proactive approach that I believe that we should be taking is we need to go to these families where they are, rather than just saying that we have these programs, so just you come and we will help you to be empowered even more. Why don't you go to them and then really be sitting right next to them, their families, and help them, provide them with the information they need to help their children's education, help their improve the absenteeism, etc. I think that's where I think we should do a better job. That's me, one board member at least. With the diversity in hiring, that's been something that's been on my mind over the last 3 decades, Mr. Becerra, you probably know that. We made progress, however, very painfully slowly. We know that. But it's not just amongst teaching staff, but central administration, central office right here, the face, diversity or lack thereof, really does not reflect the face of the community. You look at HR staff, HR, which goes out try to recruit diverse workforce. HR does not reflect the diversity of the community. I think we need to do a much better job with that. I hope that Dr. really will agree with that.
Totally agree, sir. And one thing is to look at your EOC reports that you provide every 2 years to the federal government, but you do collect every year because you have to keep that data for 2 years. That's something that the board could look at too, because I don't say it lightly. I don't like to make criticisms always, but we do have a segregated workforce if you look at my profession. So you talk about representation and that wanting and that feeling and connection. So I'm totally on board with that with you.
So in the interest of time, and this is such an important and comprehensive report, our go-backs are going to be limited to 1 minute because we did start late. So Dr. Anderson?
Yes, thank you. And looking at the chart that I believe is on page 15, Mr. Solomon, can you speak to whether or not I just want to get a picture, and if you don't have it now, that is okay. What is the national landscape in terms of teacher programming and candidates that come out of our schools? Are we anywhere close to that, or can you speak to that a little bit if you can?
So we will go back and get the comparative data. However, I will say that what you shared before is exactly correct. Across the nation, you do see when we look at students who are graduating from traditional education programs, be it bachelor's degree programs or master's degree programs, and folks who are graduating from alternative licensure programs, you do start to see that limited number of diversity. So as a school division, that's when it's an opportunity for us to get creative. It's an opportunity for us to lean into and leverage programs such as Grow Your Own programs. It's an opportunity for us to go to our workforce who may be in administrative roles or who may have 60 hours of college credit and work with them to build up their skill set. It's also an opportunity for us to tap into folks who are already here in teaching positions and determine if there's an opportunity to get them licensed in other things. So as an example, if somebody is content licensed, working with them to become special education licensed, or working with them to become licensed in other things and things of that nature. It's a matter of looking at the market as what it is today, both here and nationally, and then determining what are some of those additional extra things we can do to build capacity and to continue recruiting in innovative ways.
That's very helpful. The other thing I want to raise, if we do grow our own, we don't have much flexibility in terms of being strategic about where we can place teachers, do we?
We do. I mean, our first job fair that we hosted this winter was for our Title I schools exclusively. So all of our Title I principals and administrative staff had the first shot at the hiring for our very first job fair. So we felt like that was really important. So there are ways in which we can influence hiring practices, and I'm looking forward to learning more as we continue to fine-tune our practices.
That is very helpful. Thank you for sharing that. And next, I can't raise enough the mental health issue that you've just raised, Mr. Becerra, when we have students who go into our AAP centers at the middle school and then don't have the community around them, and then they have to trudge back to whatever their pyramids were. That really makes it difficult. So having greater access can only benefit us all. And I did want to raise one last thing. Pillar 2, page 2, the disproportionality data, that is in our Goal 2 report. I don't know if you all had the chance to have access to that while you were building the presentation. But thank you so much for all of this work.
I can add one last thing, which I mentioned about the diversity or about the placement. That's another reason why you put that recommendation to work with HRAC, because that issue was brought up through their chair, Ms. Laverne Hudson, who's on MSAOC. Like I said, don't like to touch toes, but we also like to work together.
Ms. Lady.
Thank you. Just two follow-up questions. One, I think that in the report, it talks about prioritizing schools that have greater needs. Am I hearing that, for example, if a school is not a Title I school, but based on data, they need more resources, that you're comfortable with a different staffing allocation to those schools than, because right now the staffing allocation seems to be the same if you're not Title I. So is that the recommendation?
With that, we were talking more about the program and how we would start implementing the programs for absenteeism. And I think that, yeah, we were talking about, like, if we were to look at schools overall, no matter if they were Title I, schools for students with disabilities, STEP programs, and you look at that absenteeism rate, is it a way we can do more? We know the county is doing a lot. We asked that, could we have a laser focus on those schools and implement interventions or programs?
Also, I think yes or no to your question, I think we're for looking at new things and new inventions. This is a new board to look at that, just like you do the LCI at the state level. Why can't we also look at that formula here and understand that better?
Thank you. And then I had a HR question, which William, you may not know because you're new. Are schools able to trade their AART for a different position? No, thank you.
No more go-backs? I will, okay, I'm going to take my turn here. I have a lot of questions, but in the interest of time, I won't ask them. Instead, I want to compliment the work that you've done. I want to say how the work that this committee does is so overarching and covers so many areas. And before we close this, I want everybody on this committee to stand up one more time. I want the audience at home and the board to look at this committee. This is what our county looks like. And whether you're an adult or whether you're a child, this is who we have to serve in our county. I commend you for the time that you volunteer and the experience that you bring to this committee. I know you are one of the largest committees because you touch so many parts of our school system. And I hope that you keep doing this work and bringing it to us because it is invaluable to us as we move forward, but more importantly, it is invaluable to our students. So thank you.
Ms. St. John Cunning, Ms. St. John, if we could have a minute or two just for one off topic that deals with MSAOC, if we can present to the board.
Absolutely.
Right. So make it quick. I know you all vote on your strategic, your manuals next week, and we like to say our, saves me emails, saves them from emailing you, but we can tell what your proposals are to our group. We've worked together with staff for all these years. Sometimes they've been contentious, sometimes they haven't, but recently they have not. Our reports come together as one group. We all believe in having a vote at that table. So our advocacy is to keep it that way. Advocacy is also to keep, how can I say this? Sometimes we get into the Fairfax County way, and we've always dealt with the rules that any board for the 3 decades that with you, Mr. Moon, that the board has put on us to for our membership, for how we report through governance. I don't think we understand why the change. Did we do something wrong? Because I think we produce reports that are very informative with a voice that hasn't always been there. I would be dismissed if I would not advocate for every person to have a vote on MSAOC. I came into this committee where I even had Dr. Bussey as a staff person. I didn't treat him differently. I understand you're going to make changes, but I don't touch on toes of FPAC. I don't touch on ACSD. I do not touch on them. So I think some of the recommendations they might have are great for their committee, but I don't think they understand the repercussions of other committees. We've asked to have a conversation with all chairs together in the room to put that on the table instead of individually. Right now, we don't understand why the change. But at the same time, we will do what the board wants, and we'll still produce the same way. In terms of discussions about executive board, elimination of the executive board will take away any of this volunteer power. It'll be staff-driven. Do I trust my staff on MSAOC? Yes. But I think the message you're saying to the community, that advisory committee, a community advisory committee run by a staff, is not a good message in the times that we're in if we want to lend a hand to our families to have empowerment, to have a voice. I don't think that's the intention of this board, but I think it's the message, that the consequences that you could have. I think it's trusted in that superintendent right now. We trust the superintendent. But if other superintendents come along, it takes an avenue, then we don't trust staff. It's a general comment. It has nothing to do with Dr. Reed. And I think I can understand that conclusion and recommendation. But when times aren't the same, we have different superintendents. I have seen this community, I've seen this area not want to be aligned. We want our own separate voice in collaborative cohesion with the people who are educators. Right? At the same token, And I think it is unfair for one LT member to be responsible, or we said it'd be responsible for all these reports. That's why graciously, invitation was sent to Ms. Neal, to Ms. Hall, and to others, because some of these recommendation advisory committees touch on other areas, but sometimes they're not in this room to hear that recommendation. That's why you made it an option this year for them to come, because that's where our recommendations go, and I feel it's unfair that one person has to be held responsible for these recommendations when they come back in October, November, when it's not their lane. I appreciate that, hopefully the outreach to the new HR chief. I'll be honest, we have not had a great relationship. But that has nothing to do with you. That's the past. Right? And so I would hope that outreach, and we can start that, because some of the recommendations we've had for many, many years, and I hear that from my members. And I take a hit to that, Mr. Frisch, because I've heard it for years. And that's where I questioned myself. Just collaborative, advisory committees all say, Mr. Frisch, you said it earlier today, is where these recommendations go. All advisory committees say just goes poof. Right? And what we do is we get staff responding back to us. It's called a school board advisory committee, but advisory committees don't feel that the school board is doing it. It's more a superintendent's advisory committee, because that's where it goes. But I know you guys are trying to change that, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you. And I know that you've been a significant part of the process as we're trying to, it's been years in the making, and I'm really just here trying to get it over the finish line. I will say that what we're voting on Thursday is a very strong product. It's not perfect. It's a strong start. And I think that we are going to move forward. But just so you know, the committee is not removing the option to have executive boards. We just need to ensure that we follow all the guidelines related to how we publicly notice those meetings. They still will be public, and all of the same requirements that we fall under. And then the other aspect is you can set up the structure of your committee in your bylaws, as I believe that you were at the meeting where we talked about that. So we are not intending to hurt the structure, and you still absolutely can invite any staff members to the committee. I think right now there was an effort to ensure consistency amongst the committees with the same general structure in terms of how many community participants were included as voting members, to ensure that the voices of our nominees to the committee, or our representatives on the committee, still have their voice as well. And so while that may have been working perfectly with you guys, it may not have been working in others. And so we're trying to make sure that we create a general guidance that will ensure that throughout. But we really appreciate the participation and the leadership that you've shown working with all of the advisory committees to ensure that we could get it right. And so, like I said, I think that we are on a very solid track to have a very strong document. So I'm really excited about that.
That wasn't comments to the PEC committee. Thank you for letting me speak at that. That's a rarity that happens at subcommittees. It was more for the other board members who haven't been in those conversations, or I don't record and give out, is for the other members when you have the discussion next week when you vote. You hear it from us as a collective in this room instead of George Becerra saying it.
So with that, the last thing I want to say is that this committee is 30 years strong. And as you said, this is extremely hard work. You started working 30 years ago before we even knew what the word equity was in our system. So I appreciate that work. And as you said, it's hard work, but I also think it's heart work. And thank you so much.
Okay, thank you everyone for coming to the annual report presentation by the Facilities Planning Advisory Council. My name is Mateo Dunn. I don't think Janice is on vacation, right? Does she have a designee in her absence? Oh, hi Jessica, sorry you were blocked by Rachna.
So we have Jessica Gillis here in place of Janice Szymanski. And then we have the chair of FPAC, Katie Herman, and Kathy Hozick, vice chair. So Katie, go ahead.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Again, hi, my name is Katie Herman. I am the Facilities Planning Advisory Council Chair this year. I'm joined by Kathy Hozick, who is our vice chair and from the Mount Vernon District. And we are just happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation for us to come and share the work that FPAC has been engaged in for the past year. Just a brief agenda. I'd like to reintroduce all of our FPAC members and then quickly remind you all of how our annual report is organized. Then discuss the items FPAC members have researched through our annual charge and discuss the resulting recommendations. Finally, I'd like to chat through our thoughts about possible annual charge items for next year. We have 13 members in FPAC. Hopefully you've had a chance to meet with your designated FPAC member this year. If you haven't, the summer is a wonderful time to catch up with your staff, with your appointees, so please reach out. I will mention, we typically have a full group of 13, but at points this year, we had a robust but mighty small team of 8, so we have had some vacancies in the past year that we are in the process of filling with your guidance and help for the advertisements of that, so thank you. The organization of our annual report includes an initial first 2-page executive summary, and that also lists our 15 recommendations. The main portion of our report includes a summary of each topic area and the recommendations that FPAC developed, and a corresponding detailed report of our analysis is in the back with an appendix, or with appendices. So this slide is showing our current annual charge that we worked through in our annual report this year. It's, so to speak, our guiding light for topics that we have researched this year, speakers we've invited to our meetings. FPAC decided at its first meeting to try to concentrate on major maintenance and the renovation queue items. So I'll speak to that in a few minutes here. And then the next few slides, I've actually listed the recommendations that FPAC has for the school board on our topic areas, but I'm not going to read them individually. So I'll just be providing a summary. So our first topic, which is one that we usually carry through each year per the charter that we have with the school board, is focused on long-range planning. And for us this year, we focused on continuing to develop this long-range vision for FCPS through encouraging multiple different subsections that we researched. And this subcommittee evaluated the effect of changing demographics and societal trends on the needs to be met by FCPS school facilities. Since the pandemic ended, the subcommittee has focused for the past 3 years on the strategic development of school facilities, as much as long-term trends, specifically the issues that can balance the providing immediate impact while setting the stage for longer strategies and change. Additionally, the subcommittee is focused on what types of internal changes can provide better footing to adapt to future change and create a more resilient environment for creating and operating educational facilities. Next, this group develops the 5 targeted recommendations for the school board's consideration. For this topic, what it means for us is how FCPS can implement enhancements to major maintenance and asset management while advising the evaluation of the school facility renovation queue. Some of our previous FPAC reports have highlighted the need and rationale for additional funding for facility renovations and maintenance. FCPS has been relatively successful in obtaining capital funding for new facilities, but these investments need to be protected by providing the associated funding to properly maintain them. Creative ways to contract and fund construction and maintenance are required to minimize the impacts to students. This impact could either be in the immediate effects of the long duration of school construction projects or the long-term effects of a 40-year renovation queue. To provide FCPS with the high-quality platforms for education that its students and teachers deserve, all avenues should be explored to reduce construction schedules and reduce the renovation queue. Next up is our topic of school boundary policy, and which we've been discussing for several years in our reports. FPAC continues to see this as an opportunity to advise and assist with the development and implementation of the school boundary policies. Overall, FPAC strongly encourages FCPS to finalize and adopt the proposed changes to the FCPS School Board Policy 8130. Once that's completed, FCPS begins the process to plan and implement the policy, and strong community engagement is highly recommended. We also developed a memo in March related to facilities planning, creating a facilities planning framework, and that also provides recommendations on sequencing of boundaries assessments as it relates to other components of facilities planning. Moving on to environmental sustainability, FPAC sees environmental sustainability as an important link to other charge topics like long-term facility vision and major maintenance. So this year, FPAC assessed how FCPS can incorporate and evaluate the Joint Environmental Task Force, or the JET goals, and achieve greater energy efficiency and environmental sustainability through its facilities. FPAC appreciates FCPS's growth on the Get to Green program in recent years and its commitment to achieve the JET goals. However, FPAC continues to encourage FCPS to track and report the progress of these programs to stakeholders and to the public on a regular basis. FCPS could benefit from recent real estate trends and look for innovative school facility planning actions that would take advantage of existing buildings in the market that may be suitable for school sites. And to just wrap this up, we also had a few major components of additional work that we did outside of our regular annual report development. First off, we provided several rounds of review and comment for the CIP public engagement process, which was discussed during several school board subcommittee meetings of the Comprehensive Planning and Development Committee, CPDC. As a reminder, this framework developed by FCPS staff provides consistent, frequent, and targeted engagement and outreach materials for major renovations and new school construction. In February, during our annual retreat, we kind of pivoted a bit and decided to draft 2 memos, which I'm not sure that we've done before, kind of out of cycle to try to provide some input, immediate input, based on the needs of the school board members on facilities planning framework, which is a higher level, system-wide recommendation for a comprehensive plan of action on how to plan for facilities moving forward, as well as a memo that discussed kind of the pros and cons and gave some recommendations on alternative delivery methods and contract mechanisms for major maintenance and renovations. And then we closely monitored the development of the revisions for Policy 8130 considered by this, that you all are considering, related to school boundaries. And then this is my last slide, just to make a plug for on page 8 of our report. We every year propose a few bullets of items that we as FPAC members feel might be beneficial to work towards next year, but we are all here for you. So if you have feedback on the listed bullets that are shown here, we would love to hear that as well, so that we can be directing our attention to the topics and items that you all need us to do. And then, as I say thank you for you all to have us here tonight, I also want to say thank you to staff, specifically Jessica Gillis and Brandon Sadi, on their continuing and weekly assistance that they provide to us. We wouldn't have been able to pull together the reports, have our meetings, our discussions, have other staff and stakeholders come in without them. So thank you. Thank you to them.
So if you have comments you'd like to make, we'll keep it to 3 minutes. If you could put up your placard vertically, that would help me to call on you. Rachna? Sorry, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Russian is fine. First, thank you both very much for your hard work. I really appreciate it. Thank you to Ms. Hosek for coming to all of our governance committee meetings. Thank you for your time as well, Ms. Herman, in the conversation. One thing I was wondering, I appreciate that your charge is very large and it encompasses a lot, so having a continual charge makes sense. But one of the things, when I think about FPAC's work, and I think about some of the work that we're doing, I know Dr. Reed has mentioned really rolling out UDL and Universal Design of Learning as one of the big initiatives for next year. And some of that, I'm wondering if there's a way for FPAC to help support the Universal Design of Learning work, to look at how our facilities can support Universal Design of Learning, right? Is there a need for sensory rooms, for example, to help support that? Is there a need to really look at how we look at our facilities to help support that work? I just think it would go so well hand in hand with some of the other work that we're doing. So I don't want to add to your very heavy plate, but I just wonder if that's something, when we look at greater energy efficiency and environmental sustainability, that would be awesome. But I'd love to have your role in helping look at how, in a universal design way, how all of our different groups can help support that work as we roll it out. So just a thought that I had. I'd welcome your thought on whether that's something you would want to look at or.
Yeah. Last year, in our annual report for 2022 and 2023, we, in our long-range planning portion of that report, we spoke quite a bit about some of the components of school design, how, for example, for instance, wider hallways in certain areas that allow for pocket areas for gathering aren't traditionally part of maybe school design that had been deployed decades ago, but it's something that, we recommend smaller breakout areas, certainly classrooms and spaces with different learning materials, whether that's softer spaces, other supportive areas for either quieter sections or areas that could be used for more collaborative learning. So we can dust that topic off and bring that into the fold again for this upcoming year.
Thank you. I think, and I appreciate that. I think one thing I was thinking about is as we're looking at our renovation queue and redoing the renovation queue, it seems like that would be a great place to fold that in and how we look at a renovation queue, right? We look at so many different areas of, as we renovate schools now, renovation now versus 10 years ago versus 20 years ago, look, and our ed specs are constantly changing. So I would just love, this is a great opportunity as we're redoing that renovation queue to kind of embed UDL thought into design as well. So in addition to kind of the recommendations you had before, how do we embed that into that renovation queue work? In the same way, we've kind of embedded more sustainability goals, and we've embedded, I just think it'd be great to put either in the ed specs or in the renovation queue work, if that could be part of it. I don't know if that's helpful to you in terms of helping, illustrate what I was thinking about. But thank you for considering it. I appreciate that.
Mr. Frisch?
Thank you. And thank you for all the work of FPAC. I've been struggling to find a suitable candidate from Providence District to replace my wonderful appointee who could no longer serve. But I do have some questions, particularly around the charge for next year. I know that people may look at this and think, why is Brookfield being singled out when we have so many projects happening, right? And I know it's because we're doing or you all are doing a look at it for case study purposes to see where things might be going great or need to be improved. Can you talk about anything you've already learned or that you're hoping to really zero in on in that work?
Yes, so idea behind Brookfield was that, it's an existing elementary school that's going through a major renovation. There was an acknowledgement, I guess, maybe over a year ago, that FPAC members had actually not stepped through with FCPS staff a renovation kind of soup to nuts. And so that's where the idea for this came from. And some of the initial things that I think we have learned is how complex, at least for some of our members, work in public facility construction sites often, and then there are some of us who are not in those environments on a weekly, monthly basis. So for some of us, we definitely had a chance to tour Brookfield before any of the work started, so we could see the current status of that building, different floor elevations, different ceiling elevations, how to tie a new building portion into an old building portion, and how you do that with that's reflective and creates a better learning environment. So understanding kind of the challenges that go along with these major renovations was definitely eye-opening for some of us. I think in the past year, it appears that staff and the consultants and contractors who are starting off with the permitting, that we've been able to see kind of how that permitting process has been going, what staff, their experiences are, to get the necessary permits to keep that project moving as they need to. So that's what some of our members in FPAC focused on in the past year, because that's the status of the project. So it'll be interesting to see after this summer and how things progress with the project, where we go next.
Thank you. I was also thinking as I read the report and presentation that, where could more work be done by FPAC that aligns with the strategic plan? One of the ideas that I came up with, and for y'all to maybe chew on and think about later, is reviewing our ed specs for the construction projects to see how it aligns with our strategic plan. How does our creation of restroom facilities or sensory spaces or quiet spaces, all the different things that we've talked about in meetings over the years that in some cases have been incorporated into the ed specs. How do the overall ed specs look from a alignment with our strategic plan point of view, and whether they are missing some things that other places are doing that we might benefit from. And then additionally, because this is not a pejorative, in the weeds on Brookfield, one thing that might be worth looking at, as you talked about the permitting process, is what practices on the county side, the non-FCPS side, might the board work to address with our county counterparts to make this better and easier for us to move forward, particularly as it relates to zoning and permits, right? That is not always the easiest process in the world, and we share so many other tasks with the county. Perhaps FPAC can come up with suggestions for the board to pursue with our counterparts along those lines.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. An area that I'm particularly interested in that I see you've outlined in multiple recommendations is the use of swing spaces. Because one, not only does it cut down on the length of the construction project, but it also does not take, the school and its staff and students through it. Have you given any thought to how could that be feasible in Fairfax County, given our vast geographical footprint? For swing spaces? I know that's been a conversation.
Sure. So we have talked about swing spaces on and off for the past year. And again, I think that comes from a place of the just number of phases that these major renovation projects really do move through, which is understandable. These are large multi-million-dollar projects. They take time. But when there's students in the building, it often seems to extend a project, obviously. So as part of that, one of our recommendations was for FCPS to consider thinking about deploying a swing space option, considering if it's possible with the Cub Run Elementary School renovation, just to pilot it, honestly, give it a try. There could be other additional research that could be done with some of FCPS's current contractors about the cost benefits with swing spaces. Does that save funds on the short term, because instead of a renovation project taking 3 or 4 years, maybe it takes 2? And are there cost savings, right? Because that's a big component of the potential benefits of swing spaces, is obviously those spaces are theoretically less impactful to students and staff, but there could be a cost savings there. So that would be certainly worth looking into, even maybe before a pilot is executed, to determine how that moves forward.
Thank you. Actually foreshadowed my next question, which is, did you have conversations about potential savings and the use of swing spaces? I want to jump to number 9 a little bit, where you talked about the boundary and how the committee is recommending that FCPS adopt the capacity as the primary benchmark for initiation of a boundary study. Can you speak a little bit more to that? Because our current policy nor the proposed has an enumerated list. And I also am in support of prioritizing a little bit more clearly what are or could be the main drivers. Can you speak to a little bit more in terms of how did FPAC come to land on this as the primary factor?
I think we came to it from a couple different places. One being that, there are other industries, whether it's public higher institutions or higher education institutions, other governmental facilities planning groups that have ranking criteria systems just for this type of situation, in terms of how to take all of the information about an existing site and compare it to another existing site to determine which should be prioritized. Those mechanisms and those systems of rankings or comparing exist, and they're used throughout many different areas of state, federal, local government. And oftentimes, a lot of those systems at a core begin with space and the allocation or need of additional space, or keeping the same amount of space and just renovating within a current building footprint versus expanding, right? So that answer of whether or not additional space is needed is a huge driver in the financial component of what you're looking at for a renovation. And then, the other piece of the capacity is that it's such a driver for K through 12 public schools, in terms of whether or not you're adding 50,000 square feet to a building renovation project and costing that out, or if it's 100,000 square feet. Obviously, with being stewards of public money, having this be kind of at the forefront of what capacity is really needed and how that relates to student populations in these schools, we think it's very impactful.
Thank you so much for sharing that. It's kind of timely because we're going to have this conversation on Tuesday, so I'm just going to package up everything that you've said to bring it to that
Right,
work
and can
session.
I add something, because we're talking boundaries, I can't not talk. So every conversation, I've been following this for a decade, seems to come down to capacity. We have schools, high schools next to each other. One is severely overcrowded and one is severely under. Both of those have negative and positive impacts on the student, what happens to them at school, right? We have schools that can't field academic teams because there just isn't the capacity. We just talked about in the last meeting have that robust rigor. So there's a lot of things beside, if you've got 10 trailers here and none here, do we want kids in trailers anymore? Like, there's so many more levels. So this is like an hour-long conversation I'm happy to have with you, Dr. Anderson. But I just want to say that it's so much more than that, and I don't think we have nearly enough time to dig into it, but if you want to charge us with that, I'm happy to look into it.
As far as I'm concerned, consider yourself charged.
Okay,
And you
done.
could also throw in there, as we're talking about schools and right sizing, we have a configuration or sizing that I think would benefit from an additional look, because we're in a new space, and our current, I can't remember what it is, I just remember what it is for middle school, which is, what, 1350 for 6, 7, but there, I'm sorry, for 7, 8, but there's no language on 6, 7, 8. I would love your thoughts on this as a committee.
I will tell you that a few years ago, Mr. Moon was on the board. There was, I don't know, a 2.5-hour meeting where you guys talked about right-sized schools. And after 2.5 hours, we decided to be like, well, we have some that are 300 and some that are 1,000. How do we fix that, right? So it's in that that policy, but I don't know. So yeah, I'll look at that too.
Yes, I would love that. Lastly, one of the things that you talked about here in recommendation 12 was the open communication regarding outreach, et cetera, as related to the boundary process. I'm just wondering, with the engagement plan that CPDC and staff developed last year, do you see that being able to serve as a blueprint for the communication for this process?
I sure do, and I think that that framework for engagement, as it was proposed by staff when it was in development, is meant to be a living document. So as these projects step through that engagement process, if there are tweaks or additional components that, should be part of the process moving forward as the system kind of learns as it moves forward, I think that that's certainly valid. But I do agree that the framework will provide a more consistent engagement with communities, residents, parents, families. So I think that is definitely it's been a great step in the right direction, for sure.
Absolutely. And maybe for our CPDC chair, something to consider, because that's been very well received in the renovation and construction work with our families, because it's a pretty robust communication tool. I don't know, I can't tell what the time is. Last quick question, because I don't want to go back. On page 8, you talked about a plan for robust facility renovation queue and related criteria. Did you guys discuss what that could potentially entail? Or it's just something you want to put on the table?
Yeah, it's just something that we want to put on the table as something that we can continue to coordinate with school board members as you all want to hear more perspectives, again, from maybe even a different industry perspective, if that's helpful.
Miss Lady?
Thank you. I have a question about the same slide. And that is just because I want a clarification that number 2, this has been a recommendation you had for years. I don't want to confuse the public with believing there's a timeline in the work that governance has been doing, because there is no timeline. But this implies a current timeline of implementation by. And I'm confused by that because we don't have a timeline. And so when I read your report, it's in the report and your presentation, it made me very nervous because it's the first I've ever seen anything in print, because that didn't come from this board. I just want to be clear that it came from your committee, I guess.
I can speak to that. So in the initial governance meetings that I attended, that is what was thrown out there. And I just wanted to put FPAC support behind that. It just says the current timeline. I mean, that's just what was thrown around. It's not set in stone. So I see your point. It's not that this is happening, but we support working to that goal if that is what is set. But again, that work is not done, right? Because that's happening Tuesday, hopefully. Maybe, maybe not.
Well, there's a work session Tuesday, and I'm not on governance, so I may have missed the meeting that you're referencing.
It was number 2, maybe 3. I don't know. It was one of the earlier ones.
Okay.
And that was, yes.
Okay.
Right.
It just makes me nervous, so I'd rather
Right.
see it edited out of both of these.
Okay. Sure.
Just because it's not reflective from my perspective of where we are.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. St. John Cunning?
So I have a couple questions. In terms of your renovation queues, aside from looking at the renovation of operating systems, did you look at renovation of athletic fields and playgrounds, number one? Number two, did you also look at the, I guess for a better word, is like as new programs were added to schools, did the facilities, were the facilities adjusted to meet those needs? Specifically, I'm talking about some schools that didn't have pre-K now have pre-K, but they don't have pre-K playgrounds. That's my second question. And then my third question was in terms of capacity. I know that I looked at the CIP. It had, under capacity, over capacity, and physically being in some buildings that said there was capacity. I know for a fact that there is not capacity. So when you looked at that, is that capacity based on square footage? Because how is that capacity, under capacity and over capacity calculated?
Right, so in the CIP, that's developed by FCPS staff. FPAC doesn't write that report, so the calculations of the capacity, that question might be better answered by staff. But we do find that all of that information on capacity and square footage and how all those learning spaces are being used is very beneficial. We use and refer to the CIP that is distributed and adopted and approved by you all pretty much at every meeting. So we certainly appreciate having that information. In terms of having gone through an audit of, it sounded like you were talking about an audit of schools that have been recently renovated and if they're being utilized in the way that they were designed.
No, I guess what my question is, in your report, you address, maintenance of buildings and having a queue for that. But then there's also, and renovations, but I know this board has had countless speakers talk about the Woodson baseball field. Are we looking at where, it may not be a full renovation, but did you consider renovation of athletic fields, renovation of playgrounds? So it may not be a full scope renovation. And then, for example, I know that some schools that did not have preschool now have preschool, but they don't have a preschool playground. So I'm asking if you all took those factors into consideration, or is that something that you'd be willing to look at?
I'll say that, again, FCPS staff are the ones who are doing the assessments of the school properties before site design is put together. We often attend those public meetings where input from the community on a potential school design or renovation is held. We'll often go to those meetings and listen to what the community has to say in terms of what components get integrated into a specific renovation. The site design, I think, is usually determined by FCPS staff, and ultimately that type of project is executed by staff. So if there's an opportunity for us to provide feedback, we do, but we're just also like another community entity and residents where we may provide our feedback, but it's ultimately designed through a staff process.
Seeing no other, Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Just a couple of questions. Thanks for the presentation. Piloting the concept of swing spaces, that was something that's been on my mind for some time. So when the committee was, making this recommendation, did the committee believe that we do have a space to accommodate as a swing space in the county with the Cub Run Elementary renovation? It's an elementary school, not a high school. So a little smaller, right?
Right. Yeah, so I think Cub Run was identified for a couple reasons. Again, it's an elementary school. It's potentially at the right time in the sense that there could be time to allow for some investigation of a swing school potential happening, that there's like enough lead time there. The other thing is, obviously school renovations are impactful to all children, but I think it might be safe to say that the youngest students might be most impacted. And then in terms of, Cub Run, we felt like maybe there was an opportunity for a site potentially nearby. We have not looked at sites, though. We haven't investigated the real estate trends near that elementary school. But that is something that if you all or staff wants our assistance in, we can take a look at that in the next year.
I guess that the committee must have then considered even acquiring additional space for swing space as opposed to utilizing existing space somewhere in our school buildings as a swing space. Is that fair?
And I think that's why the pilot was kind of a suggestion as a way to see what is feasible and what may not work. Obviously, the county is large and has many different types of parcels that FCPS may own, or that spaces that may not be owned by FCPS but could be leased. I don't know that anyone's gotten to that point yet. We're just advocating for this initial step to consider swing spaces, maybe perform some additional research to determine if there is, cost benefit to a swing space that, should be considered.
So when is the Cub Run scheduled to start its renovation? Do you remember?
Let's see here. I forget. I'm not sure I remember off the top of my head.
Few years?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. I mean, I would love to, hear, yes.
It's scheduled for planning in fall of FY26.
FY26, okay. I would love to hear, staff's thought on this particular recommendation, if not today, sometime, from superintendents, most likely. With I think this was number 9, recommendation number 9 on your report with the boundary study. I'm trying to have a clearer understanding of what you are recommending. Adopting capacity as primary benchmark. But that's for the initiation of boundary study, as opposed to when we do actually adjust the boundary, that to be as the sole criteria or the most important criteria. But for boundary study to be initiated, you would recommend us to consider the capacity as the primary benchmark to initiate. Okay?
Yeah, I agree. That's our recommendation because it seems like there's so many problems that can be solved through addressing capacity. And the undercapacity schools know it and the overcapacity schools know it. And it's up to us at FCPS to figure out how to help. I can think of several schools that come to mind with both of these issues. And programming, yes, is important, but if you don't have the capacity at a school, you can't offer program. Like, it just seems like that, and what is that percentage? Don't know. Is it 93? Is it 130? I don't know, but to just look at that and say, oh, this school is nearing 100% capacity, we need to look at, it seems like we don't really ever try and fix that as a whole, maybe.
Okay. I think I have a better hand, a clearer understanding of your.
I mean, it's not the only one by any means.
But once we start the consider boundary adjustments, then what the governance committee has proposed, sent over to the full board with a listing several different criteria, enumerate, I think there was a term used.
Yes.
It does not, your recommendation does not necessarily conflict with the governance committee making a list of
Right.
several other
No, there should
criteria.
definitely be a list. It can't just be capacity. There's so many other factors.
Okay, thank you. I think there was one more on my mind, and I am forgetting it. Thank you.
Before we do go-backs, there was a mention of, you mentioned the current real estate market and opportunities perhaps for FCPS to take advantage of that. Can you elaborate and just clarify what you mean? Because that does take money. And did you have in mind that we would give up some of our properties or just acquire? Because the number of students is declining across, well, I mean, we're getting back to pre-pandemic levels, but I mean, population growth in Fairfax County is not skyrocketing.
Right, yeah, it seems like the current population is, I don't want to say stagnant, but has plateaued maybe. And I think the real estate trend reference is in relationship to potential swing spaces, that there could be an opportunity, could be. It may not be applicable across the county because we have such a diverse building stock in the county that there could be pockets of the county where an office, a vacant office building could be leased and used as a swing space. Sure, it would definitely require money investment to have that happen. However, there's quite a vacancy rate in office buildings in the county. So I am not a real estate expert, and we did not go into that level of detail research yet, because we're just trying to advocate for a pilot to start the ball rolling to see if it's even worth moving forward with swing spaces as a regular solution potentially for renovation. So swing spaces is one option, and the other is, sure, you all have already done a building repurposing with Bailey's upper, sorry.
Yeah.
That building was not used as a school previously. FCPS acquired it and renovated it into the wonderful school building that it is today. And knowing that there is a vacancy in office space and office buildings in certain parts of the county, this could be an opportune time that if the chips fall correctly, from a financial standpoint, that those buildings could be a benefit to the building stock of FCPS. Is that?
Yeah, thank you. One of the things for the charge for next year, I might suggest in my individual capacity, is we have notionally on our planning agenda for multiple years, probably the largest capital investment in perhaps decades, which is a Western high school from scratch, which we don't have land for, we don't have a building for, but we do have Cub Run. And you mentioned there's a renovation project, and it's been suggested by some that Cub Run could be the site of a Western high school. But there's also a question of, do we need a Western high school? And I guess school boundaries will inform that. But given that the title of your committee is Facilities Planning Advisory Council, and this is the largest capital investment for facilities planning, it seems like this would make sense for you guys to look at and come up with how can we do this in the most cost-effective way without depriving, given that we have a 42-year renovation cycle, investing in a Western high school would take money away from direly needed renovation projects in other parts of the county. And so that is something that might be considered. Another possible charge for consideration is Franconia Government Center is being given over to development for affordable housing. And we certainly have some real estate that isn't being used as schools, administrative centers, or perhaps just not being used at all in a productive manner or underutilized. And, looking at what Franconia Government Center is being done and what has been done in DC and elsewhere across the country, where similar to Fairfax County, there's a dearth of affordable housing, would be beneficial for consideration by FCPS, for use by for rental to county employees and FCPS employees, and further consideration is public-private partnerships. I know the staff is working on that, but that's something FPAC may also want to explore in conjunction or on top of what's been done previously. And finally, inclusion of pre-K, since we're talking education specs. Eventually, at some point, federal, state, local, there will be a universal pre-K program. And so how will we be able to accommodate that into our current education specs, so when the time comes, we don't have to buy a bunch of buildings, but we'll already have kind of incorporated notionally how we might anticipate a flood of pre-kindergartners into our buildings. So those are just a few suggestions for you to consider. And thank you for everything you do. Okay, go backs. Ms. Sizemore-Heitzer.
Would you like to go ahead, Mr. Moon? I don't mind.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of things. First of all, I completely agree with you, Ms. Lady, that at a governance committee meeting, that a couple of governance committee members might have opined a potential timeline, but there was no formal discussion, no decision. That's not a part of a recommendation from the governance committee. So your suggestion for the advisory committee to clarify that point is very poignant. And with that said, as to what Mr. Dunn was saying, is considering even commercial space as a, convert that as a swing space, but I can go one step further. There are buildings that we are using, former elementary school buildings that we are currently using as administrative buildings. Perhaps we could consider, vacating what is there to a probably commercial building, move them, and use a former school buildings potentially as a swing space, because it may have a large field that students need. Even the elementary school students, usually commercial site do not come into that kind of field in the back of a building. Thank you.
Ms. Sizemore-Heitzer.
Thank you. I was going to share the same thing my colleague, Mr. Moon, did as the chair of the governance committee. We didn't direct the superintendent on any specific dates. We worked on the policy. So I wanted to clarify, when you talk about capacity, I think what Mr. Moon said, that isn't to say that we shouldn't have a prioritization list of other things that we should take into account with boundaries. It's just that should be kind of the driving force to start looking at a school. Right?
Correct, because you may not, like, for instance, let's take language immersion. Like, as a school board member, you probably know what's happening in there, but even just looking at numbers, is it well attended, is it not? Like, that's digging in the weeds, but when you look at the CIP and you see a school is 170%, okay, that's an issue. So that's the trigger, is that's on paper, that's knowable. To dig deeper into the programming would take more work, and unless you have a very vocal public coming to you and telling you that there are issues at a school, you may not know, right? But boundary capacity, you'll know.
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify between the work the governance is doing and what you're recommending.
Right. And that's just across the board, not necessarily specific to governance, but just, to notice when a school is growing so quickly, great, let's replicate that success somewhere else, and then, give people a carrot to go to, so they want to go to the new school because they're going to miss what's at that school, right?
And again, and then the other question I have is, when you talk about swing spaces, I think it was just brought up, it's easier to do in a more rural area, right, that has the spaces. And this is beyond our capability, but I would love to find some way, and perhaps it's through the Planning Commission, perhaps it's through some of your advocacy. When we look at all these commercial real estate buildings that are empty, could those be used? And I don't know how much work it would take to, with zoning and other requirements around ed spaces to be used as swing spaces or not. But obviously, we don't control those buildings, right? We don't own them, so we don't have the ability to use that space without support from somewhere else. And so I think some of this is a greater conversation of, if we want to use, like what we did with Bailey's Upper, converted office space, there's zoning laws that are required, right? There's requirements by law in terms of what's required to be within educational spaces. So I think this is probably a larger conversation involving many of our partners in terms of what does the school of the future look like? How do we address some of these space concerns? I think the Western High School, whether we need one or not, will tell. But from everything I'm seeing from the overcapacity across the western side, I imagine we'll need something. What I'm very interested in, maybe potentially using some of these more unusual creative spaces, is for creative ways to provide education. Some people on the board have talked about a performing arts magnet school. That could maybe be used for an adjacent office building next to a high school, right? Or for another STEM academy. There's just lots of opportunities, I think, that I would love to see FPAC kind of dig into a little bit about when we're looking at creative ways to provide education, how can creative spaces support that? So just a thought as you talk. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
I just wanted to mention a few things related to the conversation that we were just having about the push around the county to create more affordable housing opportunities. I do anticipate, based on watching when development happens, how quickly it's sold. I don't think that we can necessarily count on the fact that the county's population is going to drop, particularly as we are pushing for more affordable housing options. What we are likely going to see is an increase in population once those opportunities are available. And then what would happen is we're going to have even tighter bottlenecks at the schools where they're potentially over capacity already. So I definitely think that we need to anticipate some of those types of things as much as humanly possible, and we're doing a good job of tracking zoning requests or development requests that are going in. But we do need to continue to work with our partners in the county to ensure that we both know when it's going to happen and that we can be, as we know that those development opportunities are happening, that we can be responsive. And that's one more reason why I do think that having a 5-year review on our boundary policy or some sort of cyclical review is going to be extremely important moving forward. The other thing that I would say about swing spaces that would be really interesting to look at is whether or not we could do cluster renovations. If we could get one swing space kind of ready for a school, particularly like an elementary population, to be able to come in, and then you could renovate several schools around at the same time in the same rough location, then it would be a way that it would be a cost savings, and we could actually just kind of move kids in and out, which I think is what Prince George's County has done in several of their spots. So I do think that it's an opportunity that we should be looking at, particularly as commercial housing is available, or commercial properties are available. I will say that we are also seeing the redevelopment of some of those commercial areas into housing, which is going to significantly impact our schools. So I am encouraging the rest of the board to pay close attention when we get those notices as to when renovations are happening in your area, or when development is happening, so that we can kind of keep a close eye on populations of different schools.
Seeing no further, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. I'm so glad that you raised that, because my question was going to be, I think you mentioned it a little bit here, but you didn't really fully talk about some of the potential benefits of the P3. I know that FPAC has done significant work. You've visited, you've had guest speakers, multiple times. If you could speak to the potential of that partnership for those of us who may not have been in those conversations, because it would really lend, I think, some credibility to what Ms. Anderson has just talked about regarding a swing space that's not just going to be utilized for one school and then, moved and then not be used for many, many years. How can we maximize and speed up the number of schools that are renovated using that P3? If you can speak to that, I'd be appreciative of it.
Sure, I'll do my best. P3s are a very extremely complicated, and each system is its own separate entity in terms of how it's financed, how it's driven, the contracting mechanisms behind it. But I will do my best at a high level. So P3s, I think, for K through 12 public schools tend to be very beneficial when there's a high influx of a needed set of renovations, maybe not just a couple, but multiple buildings with renovations or several new schools that need to be constructed. And there's a lack of a fund, a multi-million-dollar fund to sustain that work. And P3s are a financial system that helps get those projects up off the ground and running. So a lot of the positives of what we've heard regarding P3s for public schools are the efficiency of the contracting, allows for faster renovations. It allows for projects to get kick-started on a accelerated rate as well. So there's a lot of significant benefits to the schedule enhancements that can be found. Some of the potential cons are, depending on how you set it up, it can be a very complex project system that also relinquishes some control to the P3 entity, meaning that some of the schools that are renovated, the public school system doesn't get to decide what kind of carpeting or flooring gets put in. That's decided by the P3 and the design team. So those are some of the major positives and negatives. There are some other positives in the sense that these P3s are very flexible in the sense that you can set them up for smaller projects, maybe just 2 renovations for different schools, or you could do a whole suite of 20 schools. It depends on the level of risk and the amount of money and funds that are going into the program itself. Trying to think. I think there's definitely some components of the financial aspects of how quickly these things are, paid off and how that's done. But those are all very specific to each P3 agreement.
And can you speak to the schools, the school divisions that have engaged in P3?
Sure. So it's our understanding from just talking to a couple people in the industry that Houston had done it for 1 or 2 buildings. There's a school in one of the Philadelphia school districts. But most of the examples we've heard were from Prince George's County in Maryland, and that they had done a significant P3 program that I think actually involved multiple P3s as part of their planning process. So.
Thank you. So I'd like to thank Katie Herman, Kathy Hosick for presenting, and with that, I think the presentation is concluded.
Thanks.
Thank you. We'll take a couple of minutes of a break while we have a new team. Could I get board members' attention? Let me call Human Resources Advisory Committee presentation into order. And two co-chairs, Mr. Bambaka and Ms. Hanson, are you ready?
Good evening, everyone. I am LaVarn Henson, and this is Leonard Bambaka. We are part of the Human Resource Advisory Committee, co-chairs. Last time we were here last year, I was the chair and Leonard was helping me out. So last year I couldn't spell HR. This year I'm trying to spell it, okay? And with that, we recognize that we're the last one here, and we really, really need your undivided attention, because if we don't get that, we'll be back here next year. So we want to make sure that that's not the case.
You know, Ms. Hanson, we are under no time pressure, so you have unlimited amount of time. So no other presentation coming after us.
Okay. So next slide, please. Next slide. So here's our school board charge. And our charge was made up based on the previous year up to include some new changes. The new changes, and I'll go through it, it said improved practices used by FCP leadership at school and district levels from the lens of a professional and business acumen, okay? We want to make sure that the data that we're using, that there's some integrity. We want to make sure that there's diversity and inclusion, and at a national and international level. And when all of that is done, we want to be recognized as a very competitive organization system that has the compensation that every individual that's working within Fairfax County Public School can say that they are being compensated based on where they live and stand. Next slide. Now, but I do want to go back to that. We had some change in personnel, and this was a transitional period for us. So just bear with us. This charge may not totally align with where we were working through to get to here this year. We wanted to stay aligned last year. So our last school board liaison, Ms. Megan McLaughlin, she wanted us to focus more on the compensation piece. So that's how we got here. Okay, so next slide, please. So our agenda talks about how Human Resource Advisory Committee governance. This committee is governed with the compliances of one, the new, and we thank the school board for their new governance document that we did provide comments on. Our bylaws, our strategic plan, we wanted to make sure that we're in compliance with that. And more importantly, well, not so much more importantly, but more importantly, our charge as well. So that's how we're being governed, by those documents and those doctrines. The bottom line up front, we want to make sure that everybody understands very clearly what is being controlled and who is influencing it and what is being influenced. The rationale for change and impact. We did a lot of work in 9 months in a transitional period, and we found some reasons for change. But the previous year, what we did, we went back and said, hey, what are we doing that HR needs to stop doing? What are some of the things that HR needs to continue with? And what are some of the things that they need to modify? And with those 3 areas, we came into play and we saw a whole lot of things that needed to be done, okay? Good, bad, or indifferent, we recognize those things. And with the recognition of those items, you'll see a laundry list of those things that we are recommending this year for change. We have some proposed recommendations, and some of these recommendations are win-win situation. They're a win for HR, and there's a win for the school board. We just taking little chunks at a time because we recognize last year we may not have gotten any wins coming out of the school board. We do not know what the wins were. And so we want to leave here today understanding that our recommended wins, that you will bobble your head north and south and say that those are some good wins, okay? The next thing is school board action. We will have some actions for you as well, okay? So next slide, or unless there are some questions on the previous slide. Hearing no questions. The Human Resource Advisory Committee, we are small and mighty. We've changed with considerably. We've had 2 liaison, a school board liaison, and we can't thank Mr. Moon. He's come in and he's sort of, keeping us straight and to focus on our charge, so we do appreciate that. We've had a HR staff person that left. We do miss Dr. Wilson, Agnes Scott, we miss her quite a bit. We welcome Mr. Solomon. Mr. Solomon came on the last day, and we can't wait to see all the great things that he's going to do. So as you can see, this list of the staff working together with our committee. Like I said, Leonard is the co-chair, and I am the co-chair as well. We have, in back here, you can see, we've got a Power Pack audience as well. Thank you, our Minority Advisory Committee chair as well, who's here to support us. Mimi Dash. Mimi, please raise your hand. We all know Mimi. Mimi keeps us straight. We have Stephanie, she's not here tonight. Lawrence Webb, he's not here. Anita Guthrie Branch is here, please raise your hand. Dion is not here. Janet O'Leary, and Angela Thompson, they could not be here as well. However, we do have Nisha, we call her Nisha Cairo, she's here. Haley Ransom, he's here, and Jean Marie is here as well. And these people have been very devoted and dedicated to HR. So I do not want you to take them lightly, nor us. You may not see us in your face every day and every night, but I can guarantee you they are in the community. HR has asked us to volunteer on efforts. When you call job fairs, we're there. When you call working on documentations, we're there. When you call out asking us to participate at the honorary celebration, we're there. I may not have been born with you, but I was there. I heard Mr. Ryan say that, but we were there. So we've been out in the community, and we have been with HR. HR has been putting together some efforts that we recognize that need some elevation. And that elevation is, we'll go to the next slide. Like I said, the bottom line up front. HR's problem is, and I'm going to throw this out, is communication, 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 communication. Getting the word out about all of the great things that they're doing, but at the same time, understanding that they are doing some shiny object things. And some of those shiny objects are keeping them from doing the work of the people. So we want to make sure that they are doing and talking about and have the right people with the right job description doing the right jobs at the right time, so that the community understands the essential work that HR is doing and the essential work that is required of them. And I will give you a prime example. Mimi has made this her marching order. She's very compassionate about this as it relates to benefits being removed out of HR. With benefits being removed out of HR, HR continues to get those calls. HR continues to get information asked of them. HR is trying to do the work that HR is supposed to be doing. But the community, in some instance, don't know that benefits is not under HR. So now who looks bad? HR looks bad. And that is not the case. You can go upstairs on the second floor. If an individual came into the building and went on the second floor and they saw HR, they will still see benefits under HR. So are they wrong to assume that they are to get their information under HR? I would say no. So HR needs to do a better job of getting out there and letting people know. And we are trying to do that for them. We're trying to be that voice, okay? We are trying so hard to make sure from a candidate care, and that's one of the things that the Office of Talent Acquisition has put in place. How do you help individuals that are calling on a daily basis? Am I going to be hired? Is the onboarding people ready for me? Where do I go? What do I do? I'm not preaching. I'm just telling you these are the things that we're getting. And because we're getting this, HR is currently trying to put out the fires with the number of individuals that they have to put out the fires, who may not necessarily be the right people because the job description does not align with that person. So those are some of the things that we are working towards, and making sure that every individual that comes in the door, when I talk to them, and I want to thank Mr. Moon again, because Mr. Moon has brought on this young lady named Michelle Bay. Michelle is a Virginia Tech student who has come into the HR office, and she has moved stuff by leaps and bounds, stuff that I was doing myself. It would take me all day. Michelle did it in 15 minutes. I'm embarrassed to say, but she did it in 15 minutes. We had over 300 and some people to call and email to make sure that they will be ready for June hiring to be on board in August. These are the kinds of things that a lot of people don't know about. So I want to make it very clear, there are a lot of things that are going on that's good. There's a lot of things that are not so good. And I truly believe it's because they're either misaligned, not the right people, and job description that need to be revamped. Okay. With that, I'll go to the next slide, please. These are some of the changes. So let's look at these changes. These are the areas that we recognize that need, that are impacting HR as well. How do you attract and retain qualified and new current employees? HR has a fast-paced effort. This is from our lens looking in, okay? They are trying to attract and retain people. I don't necessarily see a strategy. I see them trying to make things work, trying to get, and you probably saw this in the report. I am a former military, so I use some of the terms that we use in the military. They're trying to get butts in seats quickly. And at that time, sometimes you are missing the quality and the qualified teachers and professionals that need to be in those seats and in those schools in front of those students. Long-term investments, it's got to be people, processes, and technology. Ms. Dunlap has done an awesome job. I mean, she has brought on some technology that a lot of people in the community are not trained on yet, but training needs to be a part of that platform. And it just does not stop in that office. Training development office needs to be a part of that structure, okay? Continuous improvement and competitive compensation and systematic reviews of job description. She's working on that, and she's done an awesome job in making those happen, but more to be done. You're talking about 900 some job applications that she was trying to get through the system, okay? So when my minority advisory chair says that he had problems with HR, he's absolutely right. Because HR didn't have time to work on those issues. They were trying to put out other fires on a daily basis. No different than any other department. But I do know that he was trying. I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid only, so don't please think I'm just trying to drink that Kool-Aid. But what I am trying to say, they have a marketing, branding, and communications problem. However, if you see in the DMV, there is a bus that's going to ride by. That's a new thing. A bus is going to ride by, and it's going to say Fairfax County Public Schools. That's something you didn't know that some people don't know yet. But our community on Route 1 will know it. They will be appreciative of those things. So we thank you, Ms. Harden, for making that happen, because now all of those teachers that HR is trying to get in from other countries, when you talk about diversity hiring, they have diversity hiring. And when you talk about centralized hiring, I know people look at me like I have 12 heads. This is Laverne Henson talking. This is not the school board talking. This is not HR. But when I look at people that are calling and saying, I want to know, how do I get there? I've got all these licenses and I've got all of this. And they're running from school to school trying to get interviews. If there was one centralized place for the first year candidates, as opposed to these young, right out of college, running around trying to find a good fit place. Well, in the Army, we say, you know what? We're going to make it happen. We're going to give you mentors. We're going to give you coaches, somebody that's going to stay with you through the entire process. And I think that would help out. Customer response time. The customer response time was pretty bad. It's getting better. It's not there yet, but it is getting better. The removal of benefits, we talked about that. Collective bargaining. Ms. Martinez has made an absolutely great effort and doing great things. And we had people on our committee that were supporting that effort and helping her with collective bargaining. So our entire team has been working in every aspect. When you talk about Mr. Franklin Jones, we've got people that are supporting him as well. So we're doing all kinds of things. Exit and stay interviews is a problem. Where are the interviews and who's interviewing? Okay. So outdated technology. Leonard, are you ready for me to turn it over? So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Leonard, and he's going to give you a little bit more detail as it relates to the technical aspects. Thank you, Leonard.
Thank you. So as we're, now that we've gotten the big picture and what we were working with and the challenges that we were trying to face, we want to take a look at how we structure ourselves in order to meet the charge. That charge, again, is provided here, which is to improve practices used by the leadership at school and district levels through the lens of professional and business acumen, with focusing on the topics that are listed here, as relate, and also as it relates to compensation. It's a very expansive charge, and we had to organize ourselves in order to be able to manage that. We broke up into subcommittees. The first one was employee rights and responsibilities, portrait of a workplace. Portrait of a workplace, previously communicated as employee bill of rights, is a way of recognizing not new rights that are out there, but to be able to recognize what FCPS can and should be standing for, things that are already in the regulations, things that, as Laverne was saying, should be a win-win for us, sort of the low-hanging fruit, part of the culture of compassion, culture of connection. Classification and compensation, it was the next committee, working on implementing systematic and cyclical reviews with a strong classification and compensation budget. One of the things that we recognize all along is about the capacity of HR. HR has not grown with the school system over the past 20, 30 plus years. It's still operating like it was off in that small office over at the Plum Center. With the same staffing, and yet the system has grown to become not just larger but also complex with many new pieces, new components, moving in directions that we never anticipated it would. So that's part of what we recognize, and that's part of what we were talking about. What we're talking about in the report. And then external. That's the internal aspect of it, is compensation and competitive standings. Trying to find compensation, the whole compensation picture, to recognize what we're doing well, what we're doing right, how we communicate it out, to also find other means of compensating or assisting our employees. Some of it involves directed funding. Others of it may be in the form of services, and we list some examples, and they're just meant to be examples in our written report. So, for example, housing is a huge issue for people coming in. We know that there may be opportunities in order to be able to come up with specific units for people who would not otherwise be able to afford that. But at best, we would be able to meet only the needs of a small handful of people, given the limitations that we've got. Perhaps a referral service that we could have either in-house or through a contractor may be able to help out. Out in the community, people who have with places to lease would be happy to rent to people who are vetted through the school system, who are professional educators, either in the classroom or on the operational side. Those are just some of the examples. Other examples are within our written report. The other aspect of this is the nature of the compensation. There's always a competitive, an unnecessary competition between COLA and STEP, and both meet very particular needs. So COLA is there in order to be able to drive up the year one numbers so that we can recruit people. STEP, however, is a major retention tool, or conversely, a disincentive for people who are career teachers, people who we want to go ahead and move from, as you have in the cabinet outside, from the 5-year tag to the 10-year tag to the 15-year tag. And that's really what we need to be focused on. I just saw that today. That's an amazing display, and that really should be our focus. So those were the committees. Those were the committee assignments and how we broke ourselves down. Okay. So we moved towards the proposed recommendations. So we implement the employee rights and responsibilities more. As we've been putting it out, portrait of a workplace. What are the standards of support that we need to put out there to let our employees know that they are valued, let our employees know that if something doesn't go right, that it doesn't have to stay that way. There are people that they can be talking to and their expectations. Match or surpass the salaries of surrounding counties, to keep an eye on that and to target that to where we're really looking after, mid-range, in particular, mid-range and early hires. Again, how do we get that early hire to the 5-year mark, to the 10-year mark? Once we get them that far, within our system is proven with its benefit structure and the retirement structure that they've got a lot of good reasons to stay on. And so that's where we go to talk about implementing the employee retention system through more creative methods of accommodations and investments. We move to implementing a systematic cyclical review. This is our process to make sure that our job classifications that we have within the system are accurate, they're competitive, and that we're not trying to make things up as we go along with ad hoc requests. We've been receiving updates about expansion of the HR program for that. That we hope will be able to address the validity of the classifications that are in the building, that what HR thinks they're staffing is what the site managers are actually using the people for, that it is scalable as the organization continues to, even if it doesn't grow, to become more complex, because it will, and to position ourselves for future growth and diversification. This leads to establishing a strong budget dedicated to classification and compensation so that we can better respond to marketplace changes and maintain our competitiveness. I have to say our talent acquisition team has done an amazing job really reaching out to people. There are opportunities that are out there all along, pickup opportunities. I'm hearing that Montgomery County, for example, is in a position of destaffing a fair number of employees. If I'm correct in that, that's a tremendous opportunity. That is usually not the type of thing that's announced in advance that we should be swooping in on to try to let people know in neighboring systems that that they can have a home here in FCPS. And then the final recommendation on this page is a consistent review of compensation policies and regulations to ensure practice equity, so that we can enhance the pay equity for external candidates and our internal employees, and to be transparent about that process. Next page. Okay. So moving forward here, there's a few things that we're looking at, that we're asking of the school board. Number one, we seeking approval to move forward with a portrait of a workplace campaign. So, and to be able to, if it can't go forward the way it is prescribed, it's a perennial issue. It's been out there these past 4 years. The need is still there. If it wasn't there, it wouldn't be surfacing as much as it is. So we want to be able to continue to pursue that in order to be able to come up with something that is that win-win. Again, to go back to what I'd said before, to make sure that everyone knows that FCPS is a welcoming place, not just for new hires, but for our current hires as well. Consider explicit methods of employee retention through other means and of accommodations and investments. So we already have, for example, a strong relationship with Apple Federal Credit Union. That type of relationship with other third-party entities could be supporting our employees. We've enhanced our EASE program, for example. For employee assistance. There are other resources that we could be looking at. While this was not specifically looked at through our processes, those are just examples of ways that we can support our current employees. Looking forward, to revise the HRAC charge to implement a reality we kept on bumping up against. With regards to the specifics of the charge, we don't see a need to massively change the charge. It couldn't be substantially the same. We would like to be able to continue focusing on the workplace climate and be able to focus on retention and engagement of our employees, so that engaged, motivated employees with a greater degree of professional autonomy are amazing multipliers, force multipliers, to use a military term, within a school setting. But one of the things that we ran into that was a source of frustration is that HR is just one department, and yet when you're looking at the employee experience, it's impacted by instruction, it's impacted by benefits, it's impacted by professional development, operational divisions, even the discussion that was here before about facilities, all have a place in communication for that. So we've just been dealing with, to use the metaphor, the ear of the elephant, and yet there's so much more that needs to be happening. And again, we were saying, well, we're HR. Well, HR, yes, in a sense that's our base department that we work through, but we need to be able to talk about some of the things that are really part of the daily experience of our instructional and operational employees. So, for example, I get an opportunity, I work at Annandale High School in a retired capacity. I get to see firsthand some of the frustrations that people have, some of the successes that people have. And these are related to things that have nothing to do with HR, but have everything to do with the climate in the building. And so we need to be able to look at it more expansively, bringing more people in the room and being able to do more than just help, I say just in quotes, than just help HR do its job better, because HR is itself very much limited in what it can do. It will send out the guidance, and then that's it. It's up to other entities in order to be able to see these things through. That concludes our prepared remarks related to the report, and we'd be happy to take on any questions.
Oh, thank you. That's exactly 30 minutes. We started from 7:20, and we have 1 hour. So 30 minutes for Q&A and comments, starting with esteemed Chairman, Mr. Frisch.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask a question, but I do want to say, as people know, many of our employees have voted to collectively bargain. And so that's a new reality for our school system. And we need to be very careful as a board and as a school division that we march forward in that reality and don't violate anybody's NLRB-driven rights as employees. And so, as we take these recommendations and the recommendations of anybody else around staff and whatnot, we've asked Division Council to prepare the board with an update on how best to proceed on those grounds. So that colors the conversation a bit in terms of these recommendations and other committees' recommendations as it pertains to staffing. But from a perspective of looking at this year's report, it's great work. Particularly, I think the focus on what more we can be doing for retention and recruitment as it relates to our competitors, I think is something that is going to be an evergreen issue that we need to continue to address. But again, I'm hesitant to make any commitments short of us being fully informed of how this board will operate in that new reality.
Mr. Bambaka.
And your point is absolutely well taken. Collective bargaining, now that it's been approved, it's always been on the horizon, is now very much a part of the processes that we're going to be looking at. And we find that it's going to be an amazing opportunity for both labor and the school board to be able to work around the table. Mimi Dash has been there back when we had collective bargaining, and I've had an opportunity to serve on collective bargaining inside too. It's about setting your priorities, it's about recognizing your parameters, and it's about being able to go back to your constituency with maybe a little less than they were asking for, but recognizing that you're a voice at the table. Having said that,
Really, I don't mean to interject other than to say, and in addition to that, what happens inside of that process and what is legally permissible to happen outside of that process, because you could run the risk of violating somebody's rights, and that's the very last thing we want to do. And I just wanted that to color kind of a piece of this conversation.
Completely. What we're looking at with the portrait of a workplace is basically an encapsulation of what is already out there. The research has already been performed to be able to say, look, these standards that we're listing are already within our regulations. They're already part of our practice. They're already part of the letter and the spirit of what we do. So it's more of a communications piece to be able to say, we value you here. You have opportunities, you have rights, and you have reasonable expectations that are supported by regulations. We recognize that before anything new could be coming in there, any new rights or any new entitlements in there, that would have to go through the entire process, of NLRB parameters and through collective bargaining. But we think we feel that there's already enough out there in existing regulation and existing practice to support a move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a Dr. Anderson to be followed by Mr. Dunn, Ms. Dixit, and Ms. St. John Gunnings.
Thank you. I think my initial question is along the same veins. When we first got on the board, we started talking about the employee rights. And at that point, there were some legal issues, not issues, there were some concerns. And I think that you went back and there was another iteration. And then we did not see it again for years. And now it's come up. And similarly to what Mr. Fisher said, I'm wondering where does that now live in the world of collective bargaining? And how will these be merged? So that's just a question to be raised, and perhaps for legal to give us further information about. You talked a little bit about Annandale High School, which you retired from and have been working full-time since that retirement. And that it's not necessarily always compensation, but there's some climate issues that could be remedied in order to create a better working environment. To what extent does HRAC review the climate surveys that are completed by the school's staff and parents on a yearly basis? I just wonder if that could be another source of information just to help inform future recommendations, because it's supposed to be reflective of what staff and community believe are happening in the school.
And I will say, we have not gone over that this year. In previous years, we've been given a presentation on it. It's been a very large overview without really an opportunity to go into topic by topic what's been happening. The scope of it is also massive. And so we just don't have the bandwidth to really work with that. But the climate surveys are helpful. I will say that on the part of staff in the buildings, there's always that skepticism, a degree of skepticism and a degree of survey burnout. And so as we ask these questions, people ask, is this really going to be confidential? Will this come back to me? And why do I have to spend my valuable time answering yet another 30-question survey? And so that's why it's difficult to tease out meaningful information with this.
And I definitely appreciate that. I wonder if this could be a part of your upcoming charge where you investigate what could make sense. Because without the data, there can be no action. But there are so many obstacles to providing that data. So I'm wondering if your committee can have a conversation or maybe make that part of your charge in order to see what is timely, that inspires confidence, that it is confidential, and will not require 30 minutes to give your feedback, because we cannot not have it. I do have a couple of questions about a couple of items. On page 6, one of the bullets talked about only 55% of positions meet criteria considered good for hiring new people. I don't know what that means. Can you give me a little bit more information about that component there?
That was on the recommendation number 2 on page 6. Class.
And as I recall, this was a survey response that came out among current employees. And so it means that it speaks to a softening, a bit to what you were just talking about before, a softening of the support that people have or the confidence that people have that this is a good place to bring new people into.
Oh, got it. Thank you. I think I misread that entirely. I appreciate the clarification. And my second question was on page 9, where you talked about increasing affordable housing slots granted to FCPS. What do we have that's occurring at current? What is happening in terms of affordable housing for our workforce? And I don't know if that's a you question or a Mrs. Solomon question.
So we did do some research on affordable housing. We did go into the community. Matter of fact, we even went into the faith-based community looking for affordable housing, such as like the police departments and those kinds of things, and trying to find that. So my ears perked up considerably when you were talking about those buildings, those facilities that could be used for those areas. We do recognize that there are going to be, I think it's 100 new candidates that are going to come in from different countries. So we will, yes, Mimi.
Do you want to just come to the mic? Otherwise, we can't hear. You can't hear me? It won't be captured in the recording.
Yeah.
Fairfax County provides housing, affordable housing, mostly for police and fire. And we were told that the county gets 5 slots out of that.
Okay, that's actually new information for me. I didn't know we had anything. So when you mentioned increase, I wanted from what?
But that is almost nothing.
Right,
Yes,
for the whole county.
yes. They built that affordable housing across from the government center. And it's mostly fire and police. And our county, FCPS, gets 5 slots. That's what we were told by the, reported to us. I don't have that information myself. I'm just giving you what was reported to us.
Thank you.
There are multiple apartments over there. I don't know how many apartments there are, but, I mean, there are a whole lot. I would say that there are at least 100.
Well-
You're familiar with it also?
Please.
I just heard that there was around 100, and I'd heard we had a few, but I didn't know how many, so this is
Yeah, we were
similar to
told
what you were told.
5. I think that's pretty pathetic.
Well, this is a point where a few years ago now with the county, when we were having a joint meeting that I know several of us raised, including myself, in order to do what we could if it wasn't going to be in compensation, but in places like this. this is not at all what I was hoping for, 5 out of 100. So I see it as a space for advocacy with our counterparts, with the Board of Supervisors. But this could be something that we can provide that is not directly tied to the compensation package to make Fairfax County more attractive, because we know how hard it is for our staff to live here. So I'm definitely going to put a double stars next to this one for further conversation and advocacy.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I think that's one of the things that might help us, for us to ask from the county exactly what they allowing us. Because I have heard something completely different from that, is basically we cannot give any number. We cannot assign any number to our first responders even. There's a legal limitation, but. Okay, with that said, I have Mr. Dunn to be followed by Ms. Dixon.
Thank you for your report. Having been a COO of a $2 billion agency, I know HR is at the very heart of an excellent performing organization. It was mentioned that HR staffing has not kept pace with the growth of FCPS. When we did our school board orientation, the prior head of HR had said that in her view, HR was severely understaffed compared to industry averages. When we pressed on that, it seemed we were, that in general, public school systems are below the industry average that she had cited, but we're well below other school systems. Do you have any specific data points that you can share, and any views on by how many people do you think we need to hire, or by what percentage we need to increase the HR workforce to meet the needs of our employees?
The specifics on that go past my pay grade. I would definitely refer that to Mr. Solomon as a follow-up question, but I will note that anyone who's been in the county for a period of time has seen that the HR has really been triaging and doing the best they can. The people working in HR are stretched to a point of inefficiency, and that's not taken away from them, but it's really difficult. You don't have the cross coverage that you need. I learned last year that there was only one person at the time to cover all ADA requests for the entire county, that you have situations where people are basically, that you have staffing positions that have been difficult to fill. And just from the client end of it, we know that teachers and other support staff who have a limited amount of discretionary time during the day to call HR have to then deal with longer than normal hold times because of this. So what happens is you have HR, which is in the private world would be a cost center, is really not in a good position that it wants to be to support the profit centers, which are our sites. So, but that would definitely be a further inquiry. We're not in a position to make a recommendation on that.
But we can do the research to find.
Do you have a view on whether it's understaffing or inefficient standard operating procedures? And do you have a view on whether the HCM project to integrate kind of a one-stop shop for software will make that situation better?
We've been getting presentations from that, and Ms. Dunlap has been doing an amazing job and doing a lot of hard work on the operational side within HR to make things more efficient. The entire HR department has been more cohesive and more responsive than we've seen in many, many years with the resources that they have. So we have only good things to say about where they're going and what they're trying to do, but they can only take that so far.
We saw a great MSAOC presentation earlier, and I believe that our workforce should reflect the diversity of our county. Does your committee have any recommendations on how to increase the effectiveness of our recruitment? Having been in organizations, traditionally the go-to strategy for large organizations is you go and you recruit more at HBCUs and MSIs, but it seems like it's not working sufficiently to get our diversity up to where it should be. Do you have any suggestions for new tools or strategies to become more effective in that regard?
So one of the things, and I think, I'm not sure, was that Dr. Reed said this, I'm not sure if you said this, HR is targeting like speds at some of their job fairs. They've targeted instructional teachers. They're targeting different communities. They've targeted HBCUs. They've gone to UVAs, all of the different communities. Matter of fact, Ms. Harden, correct me if I've missed out any community. I think Mr. Moon even indicated to us to make sure that we were tapping into the Asian community. We were trying to tap into those communities. We were trying to tap in more of the Hispanic community. So all of these communities are being tapped. And like I said, they're even going, Australia, I think it was Australia, some other different countries that they're going to. So they're trying to bring that diversity into the school system. But it's up to the principals to make these hires. Okay, so that's where, just a second, please. Just a second, Mimi. Just a second, please. So they're trying to make these hires. I've had several people to call and say, hey, I've done all of the work, but I need a sponsor. And the sponsorship is not something that FCP is doing for other places. Okay, so those types of diverse hiring mechanisms are not happening. So if we can come up with a sponsorship, I'm telling you, every day there's several calls about, hey, I have a master's in this, I have a PhD in this, and I have all of these credentials and qualification. I just want to teach. One guy said today, I'm sorry, it took you all too long. I'm going to Loudoun County. They'll accept me. So at the schools, sometimes they're, principals, teachers, they are up to here trying to do the instructional piece and at the same time do the hiring piece. And that is impacting them, So we have people that are actually going outside of FCPS because of the long term and getting an interview.
Have you heard from employees, like much discussion about the burden posed by student loans and heavy student loan burdens?
I have not heard anything on that. I don't.
Thank you. I would like to inform the board that it used to be the workforce that would sell Fairfax County Public Schools. That is no longer the case. Most people who teach in Fairfax County do not recommend it for their own children and do not, yeah, I know that's, but you're disagreeing? Oh, okay, well, my experience has been that they're telling their kids not to go into teaching and they won't pay for them to go to college. You're hearing it too, regarding?
Yeah, that's everywhere.
I'm sorry. Nobody is telling their kids to go into teaching. And, it used to be that we were very proud of our profession.
Okay, order.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I don't know what I said then that made you all disagree with me. Anyway. Oh, not just Fairfax, no, teaching in general. I'm sorry. So, for example, I'm going to use myself as an example. I can't go to the job fairs. I can't in good conscience tell people to come into teaching because I was disrespected as a teacher. And most of our staff has been disrespected, overworked, and we all know underpaid. And we need to do something about the climate. And you ask about a new charge for the committee. That might be something that, because those climate surveys have been done. I've been retired 20 years. I think they were done while I was still teaching. And nothing changed. Nothing changed. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Ash. Mr. Gunn?
I have more. So we have, as Mimi said, I would be very interested in terms of a new charge, just having some kind of analysis of the
what I call the administrative burdens on teachers, which are anything outside of educating the kid in the classroom. You know, it can be trainings, it can be meetings, it can be anything that takes away from classroom planning time, anything that is not geared towards what they joined FCPS to do on a daily basis. We don't seem to have quantitative data on that, but anecdotally, every conversation I have is it's not about money. It's about I'm being pulled in every direction and I don't have enough time to prepare and focus on the kids. I'm also interested in learning more about pacing guides, where some teachers feel that, you know, kids are at different places and kids who fall behind, they don't, because they have to keep at a certain pace to meet the curriculum throughout the year, that you know, they can't ever catch the kids up, right? And especially in the post-pandemic environment, that's very concerning. We're overweighted on instructional coaches, underweighted on IAs, and that's because we bring in a lot of young teachers. So something else, I don't know if it's the same, is should we bring in more mid-career professionals, which is on one of your slides, you know, seasoned teachers rather than new teachers, right? We seem to train a large number of teachers and then they just go elsewhere. So those are just a few of the subjects I'd love to get some data on and get some research on.
And to a couple things, to the most recent point, again and again, we can see that the more that the staff are engaged, the more that staff feel that they have an autonomous voice, the greater job satisfaction they will have, and the greater the productivity. But there's going to be some give and take that's going to happen, because when you have a site as large as a high school and people are moving in slightly different directions in there, how do you maintain your cohesiveness? So that's one of the challenges. Going back to the earlier point about minority hiring, this had come up in a couple, 2 years ago, where the role of, again, another tension between your site managers and the county needs. The county wants to be able to go ahead and improve the level of diversity within the schools, but at what extent, at what point is there intervention into a high school that may be tilting towards not having that? And so you have the site manager, your principal, I'm talking about autonomy, that they want to be able to hire to bring their right people onto the bus, but are these really meeting the diversification needs of the diverse needs of the county? And to what extent do you have a central overlay on that? I'm bringing up problems, I'm not bringing up answers. But that has been a point that this committee has addressed in previous iterations.
Thank you, Mr. Mbaka. We have about 5 minutes left, and I have about 3 people on my list, and we'll see how that goes. Ms. Dixon next.
So we get 1 minute each?
Oh, you get your time. You get your time.
No,
Let's see.
I'm just kidding. I don't have a lot to say, but I did want to say thank you so much for this presentation. I had the honor to serve on the HRAC committee to 2015 for a year. That was my first school board experience serving on advisory committee, and it was a great experience. I did want to say that there's a lot of things you were addressing about accommodations and investments in our staff. And I just wanted to know, how can we do that as a school system? Can we get them lower mortgage rates by negotiating with the bank or with some like credit union, just like you were saying earlier, we have relationships. Can we get them, if they can pay lower sales taxes or no sales taxes when they're buying something, as some benefits, which we can give like extra perks for our teachers. Also for the closing cost, we talked about down payments. If those are things to eliminate some of the barrier for housing. Also, a lot of teachers live on rent in Fairfax County. Could we have a subsidized rental agreement, or maybe just like earlier somebody mentioned that we could do give assurance to the homeowner that these are the teachers, very reliable community, and they pay their rents. They're not going to be a risky tenants for you, and then get a lower rate on rental rate, some kind of agreement. And if those homeowners can get some sort of subsidy. I'm just thinking this out, like, because we always say we want more salary for our teachers. We want to get more, benefits from the in the budget. And sometimes it's not, the money isn't there. We tried very hard this year, but we could get to the 6% we thought about. So what are the other ways? Have you guys looked into that? I know you touched on this, but I just came up with some more ideas.
Yeah. Haley, his committee, they did go after some other areas, looking at the housing and one in particular. But here was one effort that it's in Dumfries, Virginia. What they're doing is, if you participate in the voting process, if you go out and help with the voting elections, they're paying people's taxes, okay? Like property taxes, yes. So not for the entire year, like two months or something like that, or 1 year or something like that, but they're paying those taxes. In Dumfries. It's the town. It's the town. No, I was just, the county. And that's out of Prince William County. So what I was just saying, that was an innovative way of doing some things, just like she's suggesting,
And other ways that may require, that could also be done, for example, if you had a partnership with realtors, one of the biggest barriers to renting is the application fee, and you may have to put in 5 or 6 different applications for rent only to find out that it's been turned down. If there was a way of working with realtors for our new employees coming into the community, saying we've worked with this realtor, this is somebody where we have a relationship where we can reduce or eliminate those application fees, then our new employees are not paying out of pocket to get turned down again and again. There are things that can be done. One of the cautions that we got in the committee was that anything that is in a form of remuneration is taxable. So we need to be careful about how we would structure that in a way that would not mitigate the value of what we provide.
Your taxes go up.
Thank you. We have, I know it's 8:20, but could you have just a few more minutes for Ms. St. John Cuttings?
Thank you. I have a few questions. In terms of, I know you said you're working on this, and despite what happens with collective bargaining, HR is still going to have to respond to customers. And so I'm curious about what you're doing to improve the customer response times. And this is coming from someone that's been in the school system and seeing the frustration of people not getting quick response times or accurate information. I'm just going to do all my questions at once. Also, what are you doing to increase the exit and stay interviews, and what are you doing with that data? Because as we're talking about a shortage of teachers and we want to retain and recruit, that data would be very informative to us. The other thing you talked about was hiring minority, having reflective staff, particularly I know lacking in the Latino population. And you talked about going to Australia, and I know we've got some robust partnerships with people with other countries, but are you going, well, I know we're going to Texas, but are you going to New Mexico, Arizona, California? Because, we don't have to go out of the country to find Latino communities. Puerto Rico, we have to look at our geographic United States to get those populations. And are you going to those teaching schools in those states to recruit more Latinos? Huh?
So just to respond to the first question about customer response times, I know that Micah Dunlap's team in ESO, the Employee Services and Operations team, they are actively looking at those customer response times as it stands right now. One of the questions that was asked, or one of the thoughts that was asked at the beginning of this presentation, was the staffing of HR and how it's structured. And in terms of how it's structured, one of the things I will say, just from an observation standpoint, is there is a high level of volume that passes through any human resources office in any K-12 institution anywhere in the United States. And part of what that means is when we think about those areas of human resources that are high volume, that are high traffic, like a call center or like a welcome center, those are the areas where you want to be very mindful of staffing so that you can respond as people are coming in for support, as teachers are trying to get directed to the right places, or as other staff members are trying to get directed to the right places. So in terms of the customer response time, that's something I'm working very closely with Micah on, because I want to understand what our staffing levels are currently, what our systems are currently to better respond to customer inquiries as they come in, and what we may need to do and what it may need to look like, not only from a staffing perspective, but also from a systems perspective in that specific area. And then in terms of the question about hiring staff who are reflective of our student population, the research is very clear. Our students benefit significantly from teachers and other staff who look like them, have had similar experiences as them, all of those things. Our Office of Talent Acquisition, of course, is recruiting locally, regionally, nationally, and internationally. One of the things I want to work with them on very closely is getting a sense of and an understanding of from where we're recruiting. And a big part of that when we zoom out is looking at, well, what do our student populations look like? And when we really zoom out, what are we seeing in terms of employees who are reflective of our student population who are separating? What do we see in terms of our employees who are reflective of our student population who are coming to the school division? What are those gaps? And is there an overlay between our minority student population and our minority teaching population? So in other words, are we seeing those teachers teach at those schools? All of those things. I do need to defer to Ms. Hardman as it relates to the exit and stay surveys.
Before she did that, I'm going to ask, Dr. Rhea, you wanted to speak.
I just wanted to clarify, and I did clarify with Ms. Hardiman, but we have not traveled, for anyone listening, we have not traveled to Australia for recruiting. Well, I mean, it may be something, but I just want to clarify because we may have people that think that who are listening, so. No, there was no conference, no trip to Australia. So I just want to clarify that for anyone listening.
Thank you so much. I was going to go to Australia with whoever the step. Just kidding. Okay.
And before I talk about exit and stay, I'll also add on that this year we did do a concerted effort to expand our definition of diversity. Diversity is not just the race, the ethnicities, but we wanted to make sure that we put a platform in place that was going to do outreach in our local communities and with community partners in terms of recruitment. So we procured Circa Jobs, which is part of diversityjobs.com, and they do a scraping, basically pulling from our website, and they distribute our job postings regionally to targeted diversity-focused employers. So that's anything from organizations that focus on sex, gender differences, for those that are military, a wide range. And it's also given us some data to see who's actually clicking on and coming back to our brass ring platform to apply for jobs. So I wanted to make sure you all had that information. That was something that was new this year. In terms of exit and stay interviews, again, I've only been here just about a year, and so therefore I haven't dived into all of the information, but we have done training of with our administrators on how to do exit interviews. It's been supported by the Office of Employee Relations, and I'll let Franklin kind of speak to that. But we know that there is opportunity there for us to use this data to support administrator and really customizing the cultural tactics that they use in their school. We know that this data is not a one-size-fit-all. It really is about the culture that's at the school. While we all have overarching beliefs and activities that we want to have throughout the division, we also recognize that when we look at school data, and particularly turnover, I'll sidebar for a second and say we looked at turnover so much this year that we actually did a targeted effort and who we wanted to support at our recruitment activities. So it wasn't just by chance who we invited to job fairs. It wasn't just, circumstance or happenstance on who we wanted to give additional support in terms of our targeted recruitment efforts. We looked at those schools that had turnover rates that were higher. We looked at the demographics in those schools, and we made concerted efforts in our placement of people who were coming into the organization, into those schools. So that being said, we know that there's additional work to be done with the data that we are collecting, and I'll turn it over to Franklin to, you can speak a little bit about what you all have done in terms of training and support. Thank you for your You don't always have to share.
Yeah, I know, thank you. So this year, one of the things that we focused on is retention in the sense of adding additional collaborators to support probationary teachers, and any teacher who got a conditional reappointment, they automatically get a collaborator. But for teachers who started struggling at some point during the year, when the principal called to say, I'm having a performance problem with this person, as opposed to treating it like a potential dismissal, we added a collaborator to focus on helping the teacher improve. So I think you see in the results in terms of the number of people who came to the board for non-renewal this year, the efforts. The people who came were people who shouldn't be teachers, just to be honest with you. But we're talking about 2 people out of 15,000 on evaluation, and that is because of a tremendous effort on the part of the staff, refocusing on not just evaluating people, but on developing staff. So retention starts with developing people, making them comfortable in the skill set that they have and in the job that they have. And so that's been our focus. And hopefully we can continue to build. We've been very fortunate with some of the retiring principals, some of the retiring teachers who want to come back and be collaborators. We thought that when the tutoring program came into existence, and they offered the tutors more money than our collaborators. I'm not calling any names. We thought we would lose collaborators, but we didn't. The people who want to do collaboration and mentoring want to do collaboration and mentoring, and so we are so fortunate that the people who are retiring want to come back and who are staying in the area and support. And so that, to me, is a program that I think that we are definitely going to try to continue to build into the coming years. Yeah.
So I just want to commend Franklin and Sandra and the team. They have really worked hard this year in terms of trying to be transformative in our approach and relationships with staff, and look at more of that coaching and inspiring rather than the, driving. And it's just, I think it's beginning to show some real promise. So I just want to add my support to that.
Okay, thank you so much. Anything else?
Yes, I do have one more question.
Okay.
In terms of climate and culture, which was spoken to a lot here, and you did touch on the fact that you're looking at schools that have high turnover rate. Again, from someone that's worked in the school, we know that each school is its own kingdom, and the climate and culture a lot of time is driven by leadership. And so my question is, are you working with leadership when that climate and culture is not something that is conducive to the staff there and the teachers? And the other thing you talked about was, the exit interviews, like having those exit interviews with people on site, which sometimes I think might be very uncomfortable for some people. So do you have a mechanism, if I'm working for a leader that I'm not happy with, I'm not going to be honest with that in that exit interview.
I apologize, I should have stayed. So presently, the staff can either perform the exit interview with the principal at the school or with the performance specialist assigned to my office. We have a tool that we want to put into place this coming year that will allow an employee to do a stay survey, if you will, at any point in the year to give us continuous feedback. We want to load it on the Staff Connect so we can get continuous information. My staff, some disagree with me because they believe that people will just complain and it'll be a tool for people to complain. I say yes and no. I would rather know what you're thinking because I can only fix the things that I know about. So we need a tool that will give us continuous information so we can then respond, as opposed to everybody's up in arms and now they're all upset. No, let's see the trend building so we can anticipate and respond with a thoughtful, meaningful response. Yes.
And if I could just add, we would be remiss if we didn't recognize not just the members of the committee, but the staff members from HR who are with us every single meeting in there. And the conversations that we had were this candid, were this open, and we could really talk about solutions as well, too. So that's what I mean about the responsiveness and the turnaround and the approach of HR. We've had a very collaborative approach, and we would be remiss if we didn't recognize your, the support that you've provided.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank the AA work and service of the co-chairs for the committee and your presentation and answering, engaging in this conversation. With that, this portion of the work session is done. Thank you.